Hello out there. Hi, Hughes. Just getting set up, guys. Tweeting now. Hey guys, hi. Just setting up here. I am a little nervous. Can you turbos spam the hell out of that chat for me so that I can line up my browser window with OBS? We got probably about 20 lines to fill still. There we go. Keep going. Still needs to go a bit more, I think. Okay. You might hear wind right now. I have the fan on me because I just got out of the shower. And I have hot showers. Very hot showers. So there's always a cool down period for me after my showers. No towel. I go straight back into my jammies. What is this life? Is that fan blowing in the mic or is it okay? You can hear the fan sometimes some blowing, yeah. I'll turn it off soon. Hugo's all set up, guys. I'll bring myself in here so you can see the Hugs and everything. He's always, yep. He loves these shows. He gets an entire half a couch to himself. Oh, you don't hear blowing, it just sounds like there's a fan on. Okay, that's okay. It's okay if you can hear the fan. I just didn't want you to hear that like sound that you when wind goes past a mic, which is very loud. Okay. Just letting everybody show up. Becky's having a chat with her family via video. Not that she would be on these long haul Magic shows. Anyways, how many of you guys have downloaded Magic since I started playing here? I hope y'all have given it a try. It'll certainly help you understand what I'm doing more if you give it a little play yourself. Oh. Royal Stark, I'm gonna finish Inscription before I mod Inscription. I think we'll be finishing Inscription this weekend. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I think it has to be the next day because I think Becky has appointments tomorrow as well. This is why it's really good that we got a lonesome game again. I can do a lot more shows when they're lonesome because Becky runs our lives. She runs the business and she runs our lives. So she's indisposed often, especially since we have to, these days, if we want to stream at a time where you can watch us, we have to stream in the middle of the day. It's noon here right now. So that's prime time for her to go get things done, like bank appointments. She has, like, of course, her Japanese classes and stuff as well that happen in the day. So finding a new big lonesome game that I can really sink my teeth into was key to getting you guys more lonesome shows. All right, how you doing, bud? Do you want up on my lap? There you go. There you go. A good boy. All right, guys. Let's start. I think probably we have most people have tuned in. All right, here we go, guys. Welcome to the show. It's another day, another draft run, maybe multiple, but at least one. On the last episode yesterday, I did one very bad draft and one very good draft. I went 6 wins on one of the drafts with a really fun deck, and we had some good games. So I'm hoping for that again today. One of my goals, I'll tell you, going into today is maybe drafting a little different. I don't know. It might be hard with this set. Hey, I can pay with gold or my gems today. I have 1,750 gems, 5,000 gold. So we have about, without having to farm or like really grind out any more gold or pay any more money, I have at least 3 drafts in store still. And a lot more probably, unless I do abysmally 3 times in a row. Yeah, so going into today, I would say one of my goals is, I'm going to play with gems, is to maybe draft something a little different. The thing with this set is that it's like you're in green or you're in trouble. However, a rare Saga at the top. However, we have seen in some of the later games in these drafts some different style decks. A couple 2-color decks. Maybe even one that was 1 color. No, I think we saw a white-black deck that was Life Gang Clerics and Angels. And we've seen a couple red-black decks that were extremely aggressive Berserker decks. Goblin and Berserker decks. This was actually a key card in that deck that we faced, that one guy who eviscerated me. Well, it wasn't an eviscerate, it was close actually. Those games were close, which was a lot of fun. Provoke the troll deals 3 damage to any target. So this is removal, but also can be used to buff your creature. So you can do 3 damage to your own creature and then attack with +5/+0. And it's an instant. So if you see that he hasn't been blocked, you can put that on him and punch through for an extra 5 damage to the face of your opponent. So that's a key card to going real aggro in that style that we saw from some people. Otherwise, let's see what we've seen. Like I said, we saw some effective, not a lot, but for those who do go into white, angels were key from what I saw. This might have been one of them. Let me see here. It's a 2-drop that says, when it enters the battlefield, you may pay 5 mana. If you do, you create a 4/4 white angel with vigilance, and then you attach this to it. So for 7 mana, you get a 6/5 flying vigilance creature, which is pretty powerful. So this is like about as big as... This is about as big a creature you get. Although it's technically a 4/4, it also, like, it automatically attaches the sword. So that's about as big a creature, late game creature, as you get with white. White doesn't have many big, meaty creatures late game. So that's interesting. Look at this saga. Exile the top 4 cards of your library. Until end of your next turn, you may play those cards. So it's like pseudo card draw. Then for the next 2 turns, whenever you cast a spell this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on a target creature you control. So if you cast a bunch of spells, that includes casting creatures. Creatures are spells in Magic. You're getting +1/+1 counters for 2 full turns. That could add up to a lot if you had the right hand in store, ready to unleash. Until the end of your next turn, you get to play those 4 cards you exile. That doesn't seem super strong to me. Great as the top end card draw in a low mana cost aggro deck. Yeah, that's true. So if you were running a very aggressive red-white deck with equipments, maybe that would make sense. In fact, we faced this guy as well in a very effective deck that beat us, I believe. Maybe it didn't beat us, but it scared us. This guy's quite effective for punching through for a lot of damage in an aggro white deck. We're actually seeing this entire top row almost are all great picks for going down that road. Another deck we have run in this format was Red-Blue Giants, and that was fun. And I know that the Yeti was actually, even though he's not a giant, he was actually quite key in that deck. What do I like out of all these cards? We got a dual land down here. That looks like Japan. King Harold's Revenge. This was also key in aggressive decks that punch through for a lot of damage. Somebody turned my own worm against me, but I still won that game. That was insane. When this guy enters the battlefield, exile a card from your graveyard. If you do, return target artifact or enchantment from your graveyard to your hand. Wither Crown is pseudo removal. Okay, so I'm thinking it's either the Valkyrie Sword. The Valkyrie Sword is good no matter what, whereas this is conditional upon getting the right deck to make it work. And it doesn't, like, you don't build a deck around this either. Like, this is just a nice to have in an aggressive white-red deck, I think. So, and it also, to me, feels like a win more card. But it potentially could be, like you said, Gauntlet, top end, like when you're at a gas type card. Provoke the Trolls. Hello? Oh, Becky came downstairs. Is she gonna tell me something? Why would she come downstairs otherwise? Hello?
What's wrong?
Why are you coming downstairs?
I need water.
Oh, okay. I was like, you might have like a message for me or something.
No.
Okay.
Have fun, bye.
All right. I'm thinking the sword. Provoke the trolls if I wanted to start dedicating myself to that red aggressive strategy that I saw used against me. Because it is removal and it's also that push through. Would we see this table? I don't think so. It's removal. We wouldn't see this table, and I don't think we'd see a rare table with bots at the table either. And then this, let's not forget this card here. It's a 4 mana cost, flying trample, and if you can spend snow-covered lands, it gets boosts. You'd probably be on the snowland, but you're also okay with drafting the same deck every time. Yeah, for me, I'm trying to get away a little bit from drafting the same deck. I just want to do something a little different. Although I will say nothing here is really exciting me. Let's try to make white work. So I'm going to grab the Angel Warrior, and I'm going to look at Angels and Clerics, because there are some pretty good synergies. I think it's the most fun card in this pack as well. So we got a creature. This is going to sit there in the 2-drop spot on my curve, but we need to remember that this is most likely a 7 casting cost card. So this is a top end. This is your late game card here. And there's your Ravenous Worm. Gotta love him. We've got a very aggressive red-black card right here. That guy's very good because he forces your opponent's creatures to attack. You take the face damage, presumably, or maybe you do some favorable trades and then you attack next turn against a board that's all tapped out, which could be effective. Here's a white card. Untap Axard Braggart, put a +1/+1 counter on him. So he attacks, but you can pay mana to give him basically vigilance every turn. There's also synergies in this deck with whenever you play Boast, whenever you do a Boast, you get a benefit, you get a bonus of some kind. Runed Crown, whenever Runed Crown enters the battlefield, you may search the library, hand, or graveyard for a rune card, put it onto the battlefield, attached to the Runed Crown. Will that trigger the runes card draw effect? I think that the runes with card draw say when it enters. Yes, okay, so that's good. So this essentially has 2 card draws attached to it in a way, in a weird way. If you search your library this way, shuffle. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. So while this is only +1/+1, it's key to remember that for 3 mana, you're drawing a card and you're attaching an effect to it. And there's some pretty cool runes in this deck, in this set. And you could splash any rune you want because of this, since it's an artifact. As long as you didn't draw the rune, you wouldn't need the mana to run the rune either. You could run all the colors of rune on this if you wanted. But this guy's cool and aggressive. What do we want to do? I'm thinking I'm going to go with the Runed Crown. And I would like to, oh, wait a minute. Bounding Gold is insane removal. So this is a really good piece of white removal. I'm taking that. This was used against me. A guy had 3 in his opening hand and used them against my rollout. Did I end up winning that though? No, I didn't. I drew into none of my removal, which was so unfair. Hey, white-red. Is this guy good? Whenever another non-token creature who's equipped, return it to its owner's hand. Creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped gets +1/+1. So we could build a deck around this type of thing. What is this though? A rare card made it to pick 3. Search your library for a snow permanent card, a legendary card, or a saga card. Reveal them, put them into your hand, then shuffle. You gain 1 life for each snowland spent on this spell. It's all or. You can't get 3 cards from this. You get this or this or this. So you got a saga, a legendary card. Is this legendary? It's not. This guy's legendary. But it's looking like that's not a horrible card. It's looking like white's open. It looks like my direct 2 neighbors are passing white. Gotta take that? What do you mean? Oh, gotta take the removal I took, yeah. I think the 2-drop. This is conditional upon getting a good legendary card. So I'm going to take the 2-drop, unless I'm seeing any removal here. This is removal. It's conditional. It can be foretold and it becomes very cheap. But I like the idea of like building up some kind of like fun strategy here. And this guy's a really solid 2-drop. I'm going to take this and I'm going to be on the lookout for equipment. Alright, so in this pack we don't see any good white. Do we see any good red? Fearless Pup is quite good and aggressive. Especially since he can only be boasted once. So he's a 3/0. I think I was treating him like he could be boosted multiple times when I faced him once, which probably made me make some odd decisions in that game. Vengeful Reaper, Flying Death Touch Haste. That's a pretty good card. Can be foretold as well. Wow. Is black open? On the 4th pick. An uncommon. Very decent. We could go black, red, white with the proper dual lands to support it. I think this is the strongest card in the pack. As a late game card, I don't think this plays well with the strategy we're thinking of here. The giant, even though we are thinking of going into red. I think I'd rather toss in this angel. We have 2 angels now. Next up, Stalwart Valkyrie is the next white card I'm looking at. You may pay 2, so it's a 3/2 for 4 mana, but you may pay 2 mana to exile a creature card from your graveyard rather than playing this spell's mana costs. So if you have a creature in your graveyard, this could somehow come out on turn 2 as a 3/2 flyer. Unlikely. It would be hard to get a creature in your graveyard that early. Maybe in a really odd situation, but otherwise he's a guy who comes out cheap later in the game, which isn't bad. 3/2 flyer for 4 isn't horrible. I don't love it as it being like, you know, conditional to come out as a cheap creature. And if in fact, yeah, like the other red card here is this guy, Dwarven Reinforcements. This works well with equipment and we feel like we might be going down that road. This is an angel though, and angels do have some synergetic effects. I'm going to take the angel and think that maybe we're going to go into some sort of angel tribe thing here. So while I might have taken the dwarf tokens for the sake of going into an equipment thing, instead, since we only have 1 piece of equipment so far, yeah, I'm taking the angel for the potential of some angel synergy cards. Until end of turn, target creature gets +2/+0. Oh yeah, you bring back a creature if you want, which can re-trigger their come into play effects, which is a key thing to remember. It's not just that you're bringing a creature back, it's that that might have died permanently. It's that you're potentially re-triggering an awesome enters the battlefield effect is something to keep in mind with that card. So far we don't have anything like that, but who knows, we might end up with something great. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. I don't like that it only does artifacts and enchantments and that it doesn't even have like, this is some nice utility that is more likely to just sit in your hand most of the time. I like utility like that green 1/3 for 2 mana that also can destroy artifacts. I like it when it has like some other ability built in than just straight up, you know. Being an instant though, it does give an opportunity to potentially 2-for-1 your opponent, because if you can take away an artifact that they were banking on to keep their creature alive, you could really turn the tides and the board advantage. Squash is an okay piece of removal, pretty expensive. This guy's also an angel. He's a shapeshifter, so he could be an angel in some sort of tribe thing that we might do. Let's look at blue cards too. Since we're really early, we can look at everything, including, let's see. When Brine Barrow Intruder enters the battlefield, target creature and opponent controls get -10. No, I don't like that. Strategic planning. I think instant target creatures +1/+3 against flying until end of turn, untap it. That'll save a creature, but is very less likely to win a battle. In other words, use this to 1-for-1 an opponent to take out something. It's not. It can barely even be considered pseudo removal. I like the early drop here in the pup. I like this changeling for its fact that it's also technically an angel, and we might be doing something like that. I'm gonna take the squash. I think we'll see more pups late draft than maybe squashes. Though we're toying around. Yeah, no, I'm gonna take the squash. It's unlikely that we'll cast it for anything but 5 though, because I don't think we're gonna go into giants at all. I'm gonna take the pup. I like that early drop. All right, so a vigilance cat. I've never really looked at him because I haven't gone into white before. This is a swap one of your creatures for one of. You exile one of their creatures or artifacts, and then they may put a permanent card from their hand onto the battlefield. That's just way too risky. God's Hall Guardian, Vigilance, Foretell. It's interesting, being that it can be foretold, so you can pay 2 mana a turn earlier, and then later you can pay this guy, play this 3/6 for only 4 mana, if you did the investment earlier on. So that's interesting. Otherwise, I think maybe I'll just take the snow-colored. I think he's an okay card, but I think I'd rather have the snow-covered mountain just to make sure that we have some potential chance to use snow-covered mana if we need to. This boosts a creature and also creates a 1/1 afterwards, but I think we'll see lots of those late picks if we ever felt like grabbing one, so I'm going to take the snow-covered mountain. Now we're on pick 8, so we're 1 pick away from seeing the pack that we first opened. So this made it almost all the way around the table, and what we're seeing here is some okay black cards and some okay red cards. Aggressive, okay red cards. I think out of all of these, I prefer, like at this point, we're still not sure where we're going. Are we going aggro equipment, or are we going a bit slower with some angels and white-black control? The Kennelmaster isn't control. The Faithful milling cards, I don't know that helps anybody, any of these strategies that I'm looking at. I think I'm going to take the Raider. Wait, but what about the pick? This is mana fixing, and we already have a guy who, I might take the pick. We won't be running a ton of equipment. You only want like maybe 4 pieces of equipment maximum, because we're gonna run, if we are running equipment, we want lots of creatures as well. We want at least 3 pieces of removal, so we'll have room for like 3 to 4 pieces of equipment at most. So the question is, will we see in the next 2 packs, we already have 1 piece of equipment, will we see 2 more pieces of good equipment better than this gold vein pick? Or would I rather the 2-drop? 2-drops are hard to get. I'm gonna grab that. I think we'll see more chances to pick up something similar to the pick later. Here's another piece of equipment that can make flyers, but we've already got decent flyers, so I don't think that's... A green deck wants to pick this up to make its big guys fly. Okay, it's looking like red-white aggression might end up working here. I'm going to take another strong 2-drop. I'm leaning more towards red-white aggression. Did I say red-green? Red-white aggression. This is also aggressive. Maybe it'll be red-white-black, or maybe it'll be red-black. We're still not completely married to any color. So I'm going to take the Dusk Wielder with the potential that we go red-black aggression. Here's a piece of equipment. Okay, this guy's nice for white aggression. So we have the Iron Verdict piece of removal. Not great removal, but okay removal. Did table, so it does feel like white is open. Like both these cards tabled, so I think we're going to get a lot of good white cards next. So white, I think, is our core, I think. I don't know, though, still. Tormentor's Helm is not amazing. We'll have other opportunities to pick up equipment. So for me, it's between this piece of removal or this pretty good 4-drop. Oh, when he attacks, you can boast, untap him, and add the counter to him, and it doesn't go away at end of turn. This guy's strong, and he can get scary quick. That's why that guy was so scary when I faced him. I'd rather not run this. It's not fast enough for what it looks like we're going, the road we're going down. This gains you life and lets you draw a card. So like it's you know, I could see maybe if we decided to really focus on white that we would run this because we decided to cut out a color in at the last minute. Do I want the body or do I want... I'm going to just grab this body. I don't think I'll run them considering the strategy, but I'm grabbing. Okay. Thought Thief. When it enters the battlefield for 3 mana, look at the top card of target player's library. You may put that card in their graveyard. So it's like, that's not a big deal. It's basically, you're manipulating the game in some small way. It's almost like scrying yourself or trying to discard them, pseudo-discard in a way. Not really, though. Flash, creature vehicle, no. This is, to me, I don't think the Recluse should be a 13th pick, which signals to me that maybe green is a little bit open, but again, these bots can be a bit crazy. I will take... Out of the 2 3-drops of the colors that we're not even thinking of, I would rather the Recluse, I suppose. This is a really cute card with awesome art, but I don't think it's very good. But I'll take it and I'll put it away where I'll never use it. And I won't use this card either. It's way too risky removal. It's not even removal in my opinion. Alright, so in this we have a dual land, white, green. Don't have to worry about that. What's this Pyre of Heroes? I think I've already seen this before and I hated it. Sacrifice a creature for 2 mana. Search your library for a creature card that shares the creature type with the sacrificed creature and has mana value of equal to 1 plus that creature's mana value. Put that card onto the battlefield, then shuffle. So activate only as a sorcery as well. And this is weak. This lets you basically upgrade a creature on your board to exactly 1 casting cost higher. So if you don't have a perfect curve with the exact types of... If I had all angels and had a perfectly curving angel deck, this might make sense. No, this is a bad card in Limited. Horrible card, in my opinion. Counterspell that you can foretell. Bloodsky Berserker, whenever you cast a second spell, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Bloodsky Berserker. Those counters are permanent, so that's interesting. So it becomes a 3/3. Wow. So if you play this guy and then play a cheap spell right after him on turn 3, say, you've got a 3/3 on turn 3, in addition to playing whatever spell you played. So like, that's interesting. It's not going to happen a lot though, because you need exactly something. Like if you play Dusk Wielder plus this guy, you've got a 3/3 and a 1/2 on the board. Very aggressive, I think. Here's another angel in black. Which we passed one of these. We took this angel, but we passed this one earlier because it requires you to have, to get its full value out of him, it requires you to have some snowlands. This guy is a quite aggressive white card. So if we're going aggressive, white might want that. This is some rare card draw for red, which allows you to be a bit more aggressive without running out of gas in red. It's not really card draw, actually. It's card draw in the fact that if you're running cheap creatures and spells, then if you're discarding lands, then maybe it's kind of card draw, but otherwise you're discarding a card, then playing this card, and then you're getting 2 cards. So it's 2 cards for 2 cards, but it's letting you choose what, so it could be a land that you don't need. Drog Recruiter, very slow, not very aggressive. Well, okay, but it boasts, and so while its mana cost isn't aggressive, it does allow you to get gas back in the tank for the sake of your aggression. At this point, we're kind of like at this point where we're trying to decide between red-white aggression or red-black, white-black aggression. I think we're kind of in white. I think our white cards are stronger than our other cards. And then we got this guy who's really cool with equipment. I think I prefer white-red over white-black. So out of all these, I only see... If I'm choosing between white and black, I'm taking this guy, I think. Oh wait, what about this flyer? 3 mana for a flyer. Artifact and enchantment spells you cast cost 1 less. A Pegasus that makes my artifacts, like my equipment, a little cheaper. I think this will table. I think this is less likely to table. I think I'm going to take this guy because of the fact that he can tap creatures when he attacks, which allows me to stay aggressive in unfavorable boards and not let it get all like gummed up. We got a Moriete of the Frost, legendary. Oh hey, what did this get? What is this? In Search of Greatness, a rare that came pick 2. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may cast a permanent spell from your hand with a mana value of 1 equal to 1 plus the highest mana value among other permanents you control without paying its mana cost. If you don't, scry 1. What? So if you do, say, in the best case scenario, you play an elf for 1 green mana. What this is saying is that if on turn 2 you play this, you'll have to wait until turn 3 for this to activate because it does it at the beginning of your upkeep, which is at the beginning of your turn, basically. So if you play a 1/1 for 1 green mana on your first turn, play this on your second turn, then on your third turn, it's going to trigger a thing that lets you look at your hand and play a 2-drop for free on the third turn, meaning that you, on the third turn, essentially get to, if you had a 2-drop and a 3-drop, you can then play that 3-drop because you have the mana open for it. And then on the next turn, you could turn that 3-drop into a 4-drop that's in your hand. Okay, when I talk it out, it's not that good. It requires you to already be curving perfectly. And so this is a win more card. Like, it is letting you, I don't see how this is much better than Mana Acceleration, honestly. I'm trying to think of a deck you could build around this and construct it that might make this better. But as I see it here, you're already curving perfectly if this card is working for you. So it's a win more card in my opinion. And win more cards are like, they can be tantalizing to somebody when you're drafting them, win more cards. I say win more is like, it's only good if you're already doing well. And then it's gonna make you do super well. But that's not what we want to draft. We want cards that are good in a vacuum, that aren't good, that are good for you when you're doing bad, you know? So we don't want that card. This guy is a 2/1 for 2. When he attacks, you can pay 3 mana and you get a free dwarf when he attacks. You're generating dwarves if he's not answered. If he can't be blocked, if he doesn't get killed, he could be generating dwarves forever if you curve out faster than your opponent. This is a great aggressive card. If you're getting him on turn 2 and attacking on turn 3, you're getting free creatures, which allows you to keep gas in the tank because you're not spending stuff out of your hand as a red deck who usually runs out of gas. This guy's also very good aggressive early game card. He generates a token that's not as good as the 2/1 dwarf that you'll generate, but he generates a 1/1 when he dies. So he's a little safer to play. We have a little piece of removal down here that does 3, it's a lightning bolt, which means 3 damage if you have a snow permanent, 3 or more snow permanents. Otherwise, it's just 2, it's a shock, which is a 2 damaging 1 red mana cast spell. Shock was the first card to replace Lightning Bolt, which was the uber powerful red damaging card that targets anything it wants for 1 red mana and does 3 damage at instant speed. Lightning Bolt was an MVP, and they brought it back. Oh, this doesn't do face damage. But I think I like this guy for black aggression, but I'm really thinking we're focusing red. I think based on what we've seen, the way white's been being ill-picked at this table, I think we'll see this table before we see this table. So I'm going to leave this in here, and I think we're going to get it on pick 9. I think that any of the bots that, yeah, I'm going to take this guy over the white one. We've got kind of a dwarf deck going here. Here's a nice dual land for our purposes. So unless we see another card in here that makes sense, maybe we're taking the dual land. This is a human warrior that boasts and creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. That's pretty strong in the deck we're building. Bounding Gold is also, we need this. So we're hoping this or this tables. We want the dual land or the Batter Shield Warrior to table. I think one of them will. But I'm going to take black out of my deck now. I think we're focusing red, white. Snow-covered mountain might table. Red, black. Man, I kind of wish we went red, black now with the guy. You know, I might take this if I'm going to look at the other cards. Weak removal in white, or this guy that if we splash it in could be very cool. I think I'm going to take this guy. I'm back, just seeing him come around, I'm back open for black again. But I'm going to set him aside for now. But he's in my pocket. This is a pretty good card for an aggressive deck. It's a good 2-drop that lets you regain a little bit of life. So if you're racing your opponent, it may tilt the race better in your favor. We already have 2 of this guy. Do we want another one, or do we want the lifelinker dwarf? Or do we want the piece of weak removal? This is a little bit stronger because of the fact that we have this guy that taps a target creature. So potentially, if you foretold this, you could be attacking and boasting for 3 mana, destroying a creature with this automatically. Anything that's like weaker than 5 damage at least. We do need some more 3-drops. Our curve here shows that we have. Is this accounting for everything there? Let me see. So this is a 7-drop, so it's not a 2-drop. So that we have to remember. I'm going to take this out, and we'll just remember that we have a 7-drop at the top. Our curve is nice and aggressive. Bounding Gold we'll take out as well, just to keep an eye on our creature curve. This is more like this is a 3-drop, I suppose. It's weak, though. I'm going to take it out just because I don't want to run it if I don't have to. So yes, 3-drop, you are right. When you look at it this way, we do need better 3-drops, but I'm not seeing any in here. This guy's an okay 4-drop, but we're kind of shying a little bit away from black. It's more likely a splash color for us. The Demon Berserker, the Story Seeker, or the... I'm going to take... I'm going to cross... I think we're going to see this table again. We're still on the second pack. I'm not worried about getting more of these, and I would rather not even run it. I'd rather more of the other card that allows you to the passivisms than this. I'm going to take the Lifelinker. Why did it make that sound when it came out? When I opened this pack, it made like a special sound. Oh, very aggressive red card. We had to pass one in our opening pack. This guy's also aggressive. We already have one of him. He's a great 3-drop. Target creature gets +1/+1, double strike until end of turn. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is 4 very good cards for our strategy. 3 very good, 1 good. I'm going to call this one good, not very good. Which out of these 3 do I want? This is kind of removal, and like I like the versatility to this. It can remove small creatures, and it can boost and go through for face damage at the end of the game when you need it. This is a 3-drop we need. I think, are we going to get to open this pack? We will only get to look at the last card in this pack as it goes around the table. So this is a take it or leave it pack. This is also, both of these are kind of like removal. This is definitely removal, albeit expensive for 3 damage. And this is also when you're aggressively attacking, it can be foretold, and so it'll come out cheaply. Double strike also punches through. I think that this has the potential to punch through just like this. So while this one, it can't target something like this one can, at least this one has the same effect of punching the face. You play it on the creature that got through, and it could effectively do the same as this when it gets through. I think we'll see another one of the Gold Maw champions. Less likely to see this. Fuck, but the creature curve. The creature curve is so important. And this guy's so aggressive. No, I'm taking him. I don't want the other ones. I just love a good curve too much. We have a amazing 1-drop for our strategy. Wow. That's an MVP for our strategy. Taking it. This guy generates 1/1 humans as early as the second turn, and it does 2 damage. This is 2/1 for 1 mana that generates dudes for you when he gets through. Or, well, even if he doesn't get through. He could potentially end a game before it begins if your opponent doesn't have an answer early. So it's really going to punish slow decks. Run amok. Target attacking creature gets +3/+3 and a trample until end of turn. Not strong. Would rather not run such a thing. Boast. Haggy mob deals 1 damage to any player. Not strong. But we do need some late game meat. Meanwhile, maybe this makes sense in this type of deck. This might make sense. This vehicle. You guys know, if you've been watching the last few days, I have not run vehicles yet. You need 3 power to activate, and we have lots of stuff that can do that for us. So, what vehicles, since some of you may not be familiar, because I'm barely, what can you crew with that? I would crew like you can tap multiples, right? Tap any number of creatures you control with power 3 or more. This vehicle becomes an artifact. It's the total power. So I would crew it with like this guy and the token he generates, and then I'm attacking for 4. Maybe I could crew it with a pup if I put the mana into the pup. I just have to boost the pup, and then I'm attacking without the pup being at risk of dying. And whenever it attacks, you look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it on the battlefield tab. So it's getting you through your lands as well, which can like get you drawing into better cards than land that you don't want. I think out of everything in this pack, it makes the decisions easier because this pack is pretty weak for our color anyways. So I'm taking this and we might run it. Oh, you can only boast with the pup after it taps. So you can't crew it with a buff pup. Damn, that would be so cute. In this pack, hey, I was right. This tabled, and so did this. I think I want the Pegasus. We're staying away from black now, even though I flirted with it multiple times throughout this draft. This guy tabled. Yay. Oh, this is looking nice, guys. Okay, so our 2-drop strategy is very solid. We want more 3-drops now. 4-drops aren't bad either, and the Hulk could fill that role in the 4-drop spot. He can't block unless he has a friend to block with them, which with the number of tokens and creatures we have might be an easy thing to do. In addition, if our deck is curving out properly, we shouldn't have to block anyways. Do we want the Cinderheart Giant? Yes, we do. For a very late game strat, this will be the only one we pick up late game. So we have a 2 7-drops essentially because of the Valkyrie Sword right here that I took out of the curve because it doesn't look right in the curve. Nothing good is here, so I'm just taking the Giant Ox and putting it in my sideboard. Oh my god. All right, so we got a 4-drop here. 2/1/1. We could potentially have 2 2/1 dwarves on turn 3 because of the foretell cost. So there's a 4-drop. And there's a 5-drop that we probably won't run unless we get an amazing... Oh, guys, we lucked out. We got a great mythic white card. For 4 mana, create a 4/4 white angel warrior creature token with flying and vigilance. If the spell was foretold, create X of those tokens instead. Are you fucking kidding me? What? So the foretell cost is white XX. Meaning, if I pay on turn 2, if I pay 2 mana to foretell this card, it goes face down and ready to be cast in the future. The next turn, for 3 mana, 1 white and 2 generic, the 2 generic becoming the 1s on the X's in this card right here, I get 1 4/4 angel with flying and vigilance for 3 mana on turn 3. Unless I'm willing to wait until turn 5, when I have 5 mana available. And when I have 5 mana available, I can cast this. I can get, for 5 mana, 2 4/4 Angel Warriors with Vigilance. And if this comes out really late game, and I cast this on turn 7, I get 3 4/4 Flyers on turn 7. That's insane. This is an amazing card for draft. Here's another Valkyrie Sword too. I hope this tables. Unlikely. Because it's an artifact, it'll get snatched up by somebody, unfortunately. We would have liked to see this in the next pack or something. Although we probably don't need multiples, but still. Nothing else is worthy of taking over this mythic rare. Rune of Speed isn't bad because it draws a card when you cast it, and then it gives a creature haste +1/+0 as well. So it makes it slightly more powerful, and it gives it haste, which can allow you to punch through. It's an aggressive card. This guy fits into our 4-drop slot. We're a little bit high on the 4-drops considering our lack of 3-drops. I would rather a 3-drop there. Now, the other thing to consider about this Rune of Speed is the fact that we have this bomb mythic now. And now I have to consider, because of that bomb, that any card that gives me the utility of card draw is drawing me closer, quicker to my bomb. So for that reason, I think I want the Rune of Speed, just because it's getting me to my bomb quicker. as soon as I get a bomb rare, I immediately value card draw way higher because you're trying to get to your bomb. A bomb rare is just a card that is exorbitantly overpowered for its cost and value. Usually it's a mythic because of that, or a rare, and it turns the tide of the game. It's a bomb. It hits the table and it blows things up. It turns the tides of everything. So in Limited, that's huge, because in Constructed, everybody's running bombs because everybody can afford it. They constructed their deck, they got their collection, and they put all their bombs in. But in Limited, you have rare opportunities to use bombs because they're not as plentiful, so they can control the entire game. And that's why removal is so key in Limited, because removal gets rid of bombs. So if you don't have an answer to a bomb, you're fucked. What I really love about this bomb is it can't be answered really well. Hardly anybody has been running counter spells in this format. So it's a sorcery. It's not even like a creature when you play it. Then, when it comes out, it's multiple creatures. So you need multiple pieces of removal to answer it. If you cast it for 5, or if you cast it for 7, it's 3 pieces. It needs 3 pieces of removal to get rid of it. That's insane. Guys, I'm just gonna grab a quick drink of water here. I'm a little worried how excited I am about this deck now, because anytime I get excited about a deck, I get in trouble. The giant has our name on it. Where's the giant with, isn't it my name on it? I don't see a giant with my name on it. I did see a giant. There's a giant in this set that has a name, Fairseer. Kind of looks like my name, if that's what you're talking about. I was wrong. It's Aeger. It's more like my last name than it is my first name. Yeah, I've seen that card. This pack does kind of stink. This doesn't work for our deck because we have lots of little. If I knew I was going to play the players at this table, which I'm not because it's a quick draft. These are bots. I would take this card. In this weak pack, I would probably hate draft this card, knowing I won't run it because it hurts my own stuff too much. Also knowing that this is a counter to my deck, and if people are running this, like, I would rather have less of these going around the table and just take it out of the table. But I don't have to play the players on this. Instant, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell with mana 4 or less this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Oh. Yeah? This is a sorcery, meaning that because this can be foretold, this is like a dream scenario, but because this can be foretold, it can be cast for just 1 red mana, meaning that if I foretell this and cast it for 3, I can get my angels, my 2 angels on turn 4 instead of 5. Or if I cast this on turn 5, or rather, if I cast it on turn 6 when I have 6 mana available, I'm getting 4 angels with the combo of those 2 cards because I'm duplicating the sorcery spell. That's a fun scenario. Unfortunately, every other time you draw that card, it'll be blank. Well, let's see. It doesn't duplicate my removal, unfortunately, because it's not a sorcery or instant. I'm not going to run that. It doesn't duplicate Rune of Speed either. What other sorceries do I have? So yeah, it doesn't have any other synergies yet. I could maybe end up picking, I have 7 more, no wait, there are 12 picks left. It's possible I'll pick up something. Oh, it can duplicate this guy as well. So for 5 mana, I will get 4 Dwarven Berserkers. because the pack is so weak, I don't see anything here else that I want. Not even the helm. I'm going to take this with the hope that I'll get maybe one more Dwarven Reinforcements to make this viable to run. It can duplicate, provoke the trolls, and the Dual Strike says you may choose new targets, so this could duplicate, provoke the trolls. For 5 mana, I could do 3 damage to 2 targets. Here's the Batter Shield Warrior, though, and we need the 3 drops. And this is very good for our strategy, so I'm probably taking this. Warhorn Blast is a card that you guys have warned me about multiple times when oh, and Bounding Gold. Holy shit, what a pack for me. Let's hope some of this tables. I think I need to get my 3rd piece of Bounding Gold. That just works too well for me. I think we'll see Provoke the Trolls or Batter Shield Warrior table. We're going to see one of these 3 table, but we need another. This will be the last piece of removal we need. And that's key. Now I'm the triple Bounding Gold guy that I faced. This is a great 3-drop. I'm glad we ended up getting this guy. We passed one earlier hoping that it would table and it didn't, because I really wanted him in the 3-drop spot. Maybe no, I did take him last time. So we have 3 of this guy. That's a huge part of our strategy. This guy is also a great 3-drop to play into that. But what is this? Rune of Sustenance, enchant permanent. When Rune of Sustenance enters the battlefield, draw a card. So yeah, it's one of those. As long as enchanted permanent is creature has lifelink. Okay, so it gives a creature lifelink. I don't know that that's powerful enough in this deck to care over this 3-drop. Or this 3-drop. This is pseudo card draw. This guy's aggressive as hell. We didn't end up getting any equipment. We got the sword. The Valkyrie sword is the only thing. So this guy is just a decent 2-drop. Oh, I didn't notice. This guy says creature tokens you control that are enchanted or equipped. They have to be tokens for that to trigger. It doesn't work on normal creatures. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But anyways, I would much rather get... I think this one's better than this just because it's going to get me gas when I need it. It's card draw in a way. And we don't have card draw. And we want to get to our bomb rare. What? Oh, it's the saga that gets the god. So all of this is doing for me is producing treasure tokens to fix mana. So that's has no value for me. I was excited for a second seeing a red-white rare this late. Battlefield Raptor's pretty good, being a first striker and fitting into our curve. We could use one more 1-drop in an aggressive deck like this. It won't have as much value not getting equipped, but we do have one piece of equipment that could help it out. Run amok, target, no, I don't want that, I don't want that. I think we're taking it automatically because it's the only one in here that I think is anywhere near worth running. Another battlefield. Here's the one you guys are saying is my name. Agar. Probably 2 battlefield. I don't know if we'll run 2 battlefield Raptors. That's an extremely aggressive curve. Shackles of Treachery is good tech late game to bust through, and we've seen it used against us. This guy's too slow for us to care. This one is pseudo card draw, right? This is like add 2 mana of any one color and 2 mana of any other color, so it fixes mana. Oh, it's also punch through. It's not pseudo card draw, it's punching through. So it's mana acceleration / fixing or a punch through card versus, it's like, which punching through card do I want more? +1/+0 to all my creatures, or grabbing their biggest guy for a turn. This guy is more likely to come down on turn 2 than before. We have a lot of 1-drops. I was surprised how many 1-drops we ended up. We have 4 1-drops. We might not run 4, but this guy ends up being something that very possibly will be dropped on turn 2. What do you guys like more here? The shackles or the open omen paths? I think I like the paths more because of how many bodies we might have, plus the versatility in being able to mana accelerate. This could give us 1 extra mana quicker to do a number of things, including the Unleashed. You can also destroy the equipment attached to the creature that you steal. That's another thing too. That's interesting. I've never seen this one used against me, whereas I've seen this one used against me very effectively. So it scares me more, so I'm taking it. I've often actually played Hearthstone and Magic in that way, where I draft the cards that scare me the most. That I try to think, when I look at a card, I like, how scared have I been in the past of looking at this card? How much does this art instill fear in me? And then I draft based on that fear. This could give us gas when we need it, because if we have a bunch of lands late game and we have a bunch of lands in hand, we could get rid of a land and draw 2 cards. So it's like card draw for red. I don't think I want the Raven Wings. I don't think we need to give stuff. Did we end up taking that? We did take 1 rune. I wouldn't run the wings. I'm going to take the Seize the Spoils with a possibility I'll run that. Or distinct possibility I'll run that. I think this was the pack that we hoped something would table and that nothing did. That sucks. I'll take the Berserker. There's nothing really worth taking in this pack. Or was it this pack where I was oh, it was this pack I was hoping something would table, and the Warhorn Blast was the thing that came around. All right. So that's our win condition right there. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. It's instant speed and can come up for 3 mana when we need it to, potentially. All of these are bad for this format and this deck, so whatever, it doesn't matter. These don't matter. We won't. We have 2 of these, and I could actually see running you know, they become a lot more value because of the bomb rare. So let's look at what we have. I am very excited for my Mythic as well. Let's hope we get to it. So, yeah, the Gang 3 life draw card. Remember, this deck has a very low casting cost curve, so we will often have an extra 2 mana sitting open to cast something like that card that gives us health. Let's start. We didn't pick up any dual lands, but we don't need them. We're just in we're a strong dual colored deck here. Here's the Mythic. This is our 4-drop, but it's actually more like a 7-drop. 5-drop probably at the earliest, but it's got versatility. It could, in the worst case scenario, if I'm desperate, it could come out for 4 and just be an angel for 4. I'd rather not do that. I'm not going to put in anything that's not in our creature curve yet. I'm going to put in the Cinderheart Giant. You know what? I'm not even sure I'm running the Giant yet, but for now, the Giant represents at least the sword. Because this sword, as we talked about, I'm probably not casting the sword. I'm probably casting it as the creature. Because for 7 mana, it comes out as a 6/5 angel, essentially. With the sword attached, it becomes 6/5. So this is like a 6-drop, so let's look at that as the Giant being in that curve as that card. I'm not sure I'm running the Giant. We'll have to see. I might. I don't know. Anyways, we're running 3 of these guys. He's essential to our aggressive strategy. I'm not looking at anything but creatures right now. Putting this 2-drop in there, very solid 2-drop. This guy's a solid 2-drop. This might even come out on turn 2 because of our 1-drops. Let's put our 1-drops in. I like these raptors. I don't like that I don't have any way to boost their power besides the sword, but you know, we'll see. It might end up happening. This is also a very solid 1-drop right there, generating tokens for us. Now, I'm not sure if I'll run both of these raiders. They let you discard though. Yeah, no, I'm running both of them. This guy is gonna be great late game when I need to get rid of mountains out of my hand. Fearless Pup. Let's think about him. I'm gonna put in this dude for sure, a very solid 2-drop. How many guys do we have? Room for 7 more creatures. No. Yeah, 3 more creatures-ish. Maybe 4. So these guys are like a creature on turn 4. The Hulk I might not run because of the I think we might be fine. This guy is an okay 2-drop, but I think maybe we already have powerful 2-drops. I don't know. He will only come in handy in a very specific situation. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, if it was enchanted or equipped, return it to its owner's hand. So you can bring back some good creatures. You won't be able to bring back the angels from that card. I'm putting him in, but he's a candidate to take out depending on what I look at there. This guy's a good 4-drop. Wow, there's gonna be some tough decisions in this creature curve, I feel. This guy's a good 3-drop. Hell. And this guy's a good 3-drop. Ish. He's a 2/2 flyer. I mean, that's nothing to, you know. 19 creatures, guys. I mean, it is a creature-heavy deck. That is the strategy, right? Throwing bodies at them. Let's, I think I prefer the Raptors over the Pup, and I prefer this because if this drops early, I'm generating tokens. So I'm not sure. I think the Pup is out of the 1-drops, the least likely for me to run. Let's start tossing in our other strong cards. 3 pieces of removal. Our sword that becomes an angel. Here's our win condition card that punches through at the end of the game, potentially, to finish it all off. We're at 24 now. The Rune of Speed draws a card that's valuable because it gets us to our bomb rare. Shackles of Treachery, I'm less likely to run now that I have, I think, the Warhorn Blast. They're kind of the same. They're trying to do the same thing. It's a good problem to have, being this worried about what you're running, because you have so many options. I wish I could, like, make some cards disappear. Can I, like, put them in the sideboard to make them disappear? Like, I just want some of these things out of here so I don't have to look at them. Like, because I don't want to look at these. This I don't. This one I was thinking, like, you know, you toss it in just to get to your bomb quicker. Obviously, we don't care about anything that's not red and white. That helps a little bit. We don't care about him. Am I running the giant, or do I want to dedicate myself a little bit harder to the early game aggression? Because if I take him out, I free up a spot. If you had more solid equipment, I would never cut Forge Master, but we unfortunately, like, he's a good 2-drop. I mean, there's nothing bad about him. It's just like, do we want to keep him over this guy who cycles through lands for us? This guy who generates tokens, the Rune of Speed that draws a card to get us closer to our bomb. The Story Seeker, I don't think he's better than the Story Seeker considering our deck with lack of... What are the weakest cards in here? This guy also helps us keep the gas going, which is what our deck needs. Key to this deck is keeping the fuel in the tank. This is a strong bunch of cards to decide from. I'm wondering about the Dwarven Reinforcements. Dual Strike can also be cast on Warhorn Blast, eh? It can be played on this, this, and this. There's 3 cards that Dual Strike can be played on. The Mythic Rare being the one that is just unfair. Yeah, I was thinking that he was a candidate to leave because even though he's a flyer, our deck doesn't necessarily care about getting over the head. It cares about throwing bodies at the face. And to me, this is one of the slowest cards in the deck. This guy's also quite slow. This guy's a bit slow too. I'm taking the slowest cards out and reconsidering all of them here. Let's look at what we have here. We definitely want this. It's just we need 1 card at least to punch through like that. And with a deck that produces this many tokens and bodies, we want that Warhorn Blast to finish them off. To me, everything else in here is a definite, so at this point we're deciding on 2 more cards to make it in out of all the cards we see here. The Giant as a late game beef that if we're in the late game, we've already kind of lost. I feel. I prefer running the Hulk, if anything, over that. But if I was thinking of running the Hulk, I have to think about running this guy instead because he becomes the Hulk after attacking once. And he, like, you know, so I'd rather this guy over the Hulk. The Flyer punches through over the head. The Pup is a nice early drop, but we have those in spades, and we have 3 nice 1-drops, so, and I like these 1-drops more than, well, the Pup can do more damage than the bird if he's going unanswered. And the Raptor is a little less valuable. Well, he's very valuable if we put a sword on him, but like I'm thinking of, instead of these slower cards that I'm humming and hawing about, these guys, I was considering more put in the spoils that lets us draw towards, yeah, I have to put in the spoils. I need to get closer to my bomb rare. That's what I want. So the spoils goes in because of its card draw capability, and like I kind of consider Revitalize also for its card draw. Like it's as long as I have 2 mana open, I'm just cycling this out. I'm getting 3 life, who gives a shit? But I'm drawing a card. I'm getting closer to my core strategy, my bomb rare, and so those go in, I think. It seems crazy to run that card, but it's because of the low casting cost of everything, I'm going to have 2 mana open as early as turn 4, you know, and so this isn't a bad card to run. And if I'm in turn 5 or 6 and I'm really just hoping to get to my bomb rare, then that's getting me 1 card closer. I'm like, right now, if I want to put these in, looking at this curve, I could see getting rid of one of the 3-drops to put in the 4-drop. Let me see here. Oh, but the 3-drop spike is mostly due to the bounding gold, so that's not really fair. Don't tunnel vision on the bomb too much. Win conditions are fast early damage. True, and that's what I'm also focusing on, fast early damage. The only thing that, like, I mean, yeah, you could say the Courser is better for that strategy and the pop. I'll be honest. I want to run the dual strike because it's so fun if I get to cast it. I'm running the dual strike. It's too fun. I'm running a show here, guys. If that thing goes off, I don't think this is the best choice, but if it goes off, it's so much fun. So I'm running it, at least for a bit, until I find it biting me in the ass. I would consider taking one of the Raptors out and putting in the Courser. Yeah, I will. Let's try this. I think I'm ready to go. Let me just real quick look at my... We have 12? What? Oh, because one of the sorceries is a creature, 2 of the sorceries are creatures, and one of the equipment is a creature. So it's actually 15 creatures and 8. I'm gonna run this. Let's see what happens. Took out the Raptors. That took out both Raptors. Let me go back then. Did I accidentally take out both I thought that when you drag a card out... I probably don't need 17 lands, so let's take out a Plains and put a Raptor in. 16. You can run 16 land in a card in a deck that curves this low. Let's try it. Let's go. I'm excited. I hope that this plays out well. Let's try it, guys. Red-white aggression. I'm nervous. I don't like aggressive decks sometimes. It depends. I mean, I do like them. I do. But I'm nervous and limited with aggressive decks because they usually... Okay, let's see here. If we get our 3rd land drop, this is a very good opening hand. Let's hope we do. We just need, in the next 2 turns, we need to pick up another land. Now we can wait for 3 turns because we have 2 2-drops. So if we don't get our 3rd land drop, it's not the biggest deal, but I'd like it. I'd like the Gold Maw Champion next turn instead of the Shield Mate. What is that? I've never seen this before. It's a Berserker. Other dwarves you control get +1/+0. Oh, I wish I'd gotten that card. Holy shit. Whenever a dwarf you control becomes tapped, create a treasure token, sacrifice 5 treasure tokens, search your library for an artifact or dragon card, put that card on the battlefield. Wow. Anyways, that's cool flavor. We're gonna go... Please block. Of course not. We don't have a mountain, so we can't cast this guy. We don't have a mountain, so we can't cast that guy. So we're foretelling our angel. If we get our third land drop, we might have a 4/4 next turn. But so far, we got kind of unlucky. We didn't get our third land drop yet, and we didn't get a mountain. That's a strong card. Like, I might even want, this says that you can't have activated abilities. So I might want to Bounding Gold that guy if I get a third land drop. Got some equipment too. Oh, the luck. The luck. This sucks. We've had... Oh, man. He also missed his third land drop, but at least he has stuff to cast, and he's generating treasure tokens. This is just bad luck, and I hate to see this with such a fun deck right off the bat. We've had 4 turns. Wait, this is the 5th turn? 4 draws, and I haven't drawn a land in 4 draws. There's 14 lands still in here, meaning that every time I draw, there's a 1 in 2 chance of getting a land, and I still haven't drawn it. This is probably over. Oh, well, at least we're getting rid of this scary card because he's going aggro. Our third, let's bind this guy. We can crawl our way back into this because of our removal. We didn't get to do our aggro rollout, but he's running out of gas, maybe, and we have a nice piece of, what is that? Sacrifice creature, when you do, Kaldheim's Vicious returns 3 damage. What? Okay, sacrifice the guy. Deals 3 damage to any target, so he did it to my face. Each player discards a card next turn. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. So he's going to bring that guy back, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It gains haste until the end of your next turn. So it's going to come out with haste, so we need a chump maybe on that turn. Anyways. On our 5th turn, maybe we'll get 2 4/4 angels that can turn the battle for us. What do I want to discard? Maybe it's one of the many red cards that I can't cast. I'll get rid of one of the raiders. Another helm. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 3 mana. If you do, I guess he creates a 2/2 zombie. I guess I will attack and get that guy tapped. And we're still not drawing into any land. Equipped creature gets +2/+2. And now he gets his Draugr back with haste. And he's gonna go face. Wait, why did this guy untap? Oh, it taps him. Oh, yeah, what am I thinking? All right, this is over. I'm on tilt. This was shitty. What horrible draws. That is not this deck's fault. That was just awful luck. Magic can be so punishing. It's Magic's biggest downfall. Land, mana. Let's hope it goes better this time. Yay, 3 land is nice to have.
We got good casting. We don't have a 2-drop, but we can use this guy's ability on turn 2. So this is a very good opening hand. The last one was good. This one's very good. The last one was good, then became abysmal due to bad luck. This one is very good, and I don't think there's any amount of bad luck that can, well, besides Mana Flood, that can ruin this particular rollout now. So let's hope we get some good momentum going. So this guy's gonna start generating 1/1 tokens. So remember when I drafted, I said if this guy goes unanswered, they're in a lot of trouble. The game could be over before it begins against a slow deck. He foretold a card. So I think the right play is to continue generating tokens. While I can with this guy, because, or is it to get the blockers out of the way on turn? No, the right play is this guy, because then next turn I can play this guy's boast ability and this guy's boast ability and generate tokens plus get by the blocker that he puts out. That's the right play. On my 4th turn, I'll be able to use all my mana to do that if I need to. Whenever Jorn attacks, untap each snow permanent you control. So he's gonna get mana acceleration with this guy. I might actually want to bind him because that's scary. And continue doing damage to his face. That is a scary card if he accelerates into, because next turn he could play another snow permanent and play up to 6 mana in 1 turn on the 4th turn. Yeah, that's scary, so I don't want him to have that. It looks like he is playing a ramp deck, probably 5-color green. Ramp, fixing. Oh my god, of course. But at least we get to keep our Gold Maw champion. He had the perfect answer. We've barely seen that card run. We've barely seen that at all. And of course he's running it. I'm gonna foretell the Dwarf token generation. And I'm gonna play that, but first I'll attack. He's down to 8 life now. And that guy, if he goes by without getting blocked, we can start, this guy will give us gas, because for 1 mana he lets us look at the top card of our library and play it for free. Okay, so he has a blocker now, but I can tap it. Do these guys get haste? They don't. This is why the Gold Maw champion's such a big deal. And yes, is there a chance that I will draw into something that costs 3 mana? Which I have the ability to cast? And I did. He's gonna be down to, like, we hoping he's not gonna. Okay, he got rid of the guy that's stopping the blocker, unfortunately. I think we have enough gas in the tank to keep going, to keep attacking, especially. I don't think we let up on the gas with these tokens we're about to generate. He's not gonna have another piece of board clearance crush the week, so I should have actually held back on the Raptor until I saw what Firewalker is gonna get me. He got me a Raider. discard my land, draw a card. Revitalize. I won't do that now. I think we can punch through, guys. This was the strategy. It makes me nervous. Like running a deck this aggressive, it's like it's all or nothing. It's all out or like you either it works or it doesn't. When it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. This is a 2/2 artifact creature. I hate it when guys do that. Fucking stop for a second. I haven't read the card. As it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Whenever another creature of the chosen type enters the battlefield under your control, put up one. Okay, and then he played a changeling. Why did this get a +1/+1 counter? Oh, put it on him, not on the creature that comes out. Okay. Anyways, we drew into my win condition, it looks like. I think I win. He can only block 3, I have 5, and I've got Warhorn Blast. Game's over. You. Do that aggro shit. I'm just gonna. Oh. There we go. All right. So that went well. It went the way that we wanted it to go. I don't know that there's much we would change there. It's probably that dual strike sorcery that duplicates a spell is going to make me mad at some point. But it could also potentially just make me super, super giddy. So I'm leaving it in because it's fun. It really is a win more though, but it's fun. And most of the time, we're not even gonna get to see it do the stuff we put it in to do because, oh, I might hardcast the Valkyrie's Sword in this because somebody's just gonna like concede as soon as it happens, but you know. So we have a 1-2-3 rollout. Well, we ideally aren't playing the Bounding Gold when we need to. Oh, we got to stop that guy. We can't, okay, we have to hold back a little bit with our Raptor. But I'm gonna play, because the Raptor's out there, I'm gonna play the Sword without the Angel attached. I don't want this punching through and creating dwarf tokens, so I hope he doesn't have removal for my Raptor. Because if this guy continues to generate tokens, that's a lot of trouble. It's gonna be flying soon. I might put Bound in Gold on him. Looks like he's running an aggro deck. But I mean, I have a flyer. He can't fly past. I think I wait. I will wait. He's hard to remove now. Do I care if he's generating tokens? Yes, of course I care. I don't want him generating tokens. I have to play a little bit less aggressively just because of that card for a second. Just for a little bit. We should add vigilance. I don't like playing conservative right now. See, my Raptor has first strike, so it'll win this battle no matter what. I think I'm gonna bind it so that I can confidently attack now. It's time to make sure he gets no value out of this. And since I know that my Raptor flies, I know the Raptor's going through each turn without getting blocked. Like, he's not gonna play a blocker, I don't think, that I can't handle. He's gonna tap my Raptor for a turn. Oh hey. Oh hey, looks like we're gonna have a nice turn 5. Foretelling that. So we got our bomb ready. We'll discard the plains. Let's not get too greedy. Yeah, sure. Turn 5, we're getting 2 4/4 flyers here. He's keeping my Raptor tapped. That's fine. No blocks. Yes, it's time. We're paying 5. No, wait. We pay X is 4. X is 2? How does this work? Because X is the 2. Help, help. I need to know what X is here. It's 2? Yeah. Which means a total of 5 taps. Yes. There we go, guys. Our bomb rare. 2 4/4 flyers for 1 card. He can do 1 damage with 1 of my cards. Oh, how do he do 3? Because what? Shared creature types. What does he have? Shared wizards. 3 wizards. So do I trade an angel? I'm down to 16 health. I might want to trade 1 angel until I can beef up some of my other stuff. The best part is, as long as I have 1 angel, I know that I'm attacking, well, shit, it's not first strike, is it? He's got the wings on that guy. Shit. I need blockers. I'm gonna wait again. I don't like waiting, especially when I have vigilance on my side. Do I attack? I've got board advantage and gas. I attack. Yes, thank you. I thought it was a definite trade situation. Oh, because he knew that he had that. He doesn't want me to tap his guys. Is he in a defensive position? He's not. He's attacking. You know what? No. Let it through. I'll take the 5 to the face. So I can attack this turn with my gold moth. leave one chump behind. Use the Gold Maw Champion to tap the flyer. He can defend against the Angel. He must defend with that. I do. Okay. I'm gonna win this race, you bitch. Please. I'm nervous. My heart is pounding. Like, this hasn't happened in a while. Playing an aggro deck this hard. Oh, and then he destroys. That's it. What a top deck. What a top deck. And he definitely top decked because he would have used that earlier to destroy my sword. Yeah, that was my game if he didn't top deck that. It happens. That's too bad. He didn't need to draw lands the last 3 turns. In fact, yeah, so like that actually helped him a lot. He ended up just getting all value as he drew. He peaked at 5. Bad luck. I think I played it right. I think it was the right play to get the bounding gold on the guy early in the game. This is looking rough. But maybe the Raider will let me discard one of these lands, and then the Firewalker will get me some more gas as I go, so we'll keep this. If it wasn't... See, the Raiders are really valuable, I think. Because I don't want one of these planes. I'll discard one and get myself a new card. There we go. And we have 3 turn 3 plays. The Raiders are great tech. I can do whatever, because he's... oops! Ignore that. Now I hope to draw into another land, because I'd like to have 4 land available for some of the tech that I have, but if it comes to it, I can, I mean, I have lots of plays on turn 3. Ah! He hard cast the Mythic Rare. He has the Mythic Rare too. I'll bind it. Or do I want tempo? I could play the Shield Mate and just tap it for now. I think I'll do that. Attack and tap the defender. Just for tempo play. Let's get some damage in. Two attackers. Tap that Angel. We'll take 4 to the face if we have to. And then the Shield Mate comes out. So we got 6 power dealing on the board. See, that's the thing with that Mythic Rare. It's not that powerful hard cast as an Angel because it can just be removed, as you just said, untouchable by a single common. You answer a Mythic with a common, but if you cast it for 5 or 7, it takes out 2 pieces of removal in the worst situation. And now that I have 6 damage on the board, I'll bind it. I traded 4 face damage to get myself a lot of tempo. I mean, I traded 4 face for 4 face, and I got an extra creature because of it. Judge of Valor. This guy had a cool draft, I think, for white-black angels. Looks like they played too many colors. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. So that won't go away if I bind this creature. I might not bind this creature yet, just because I don't know if there's stronger stuff coming, and that effect is not going away when I bind it, because it's not an activated ability. I think I'd rather, once again, gang a little bit of tempo by attacking, tapping the blocker, because I wouldn't have the mana to do this otherwise, and play my Firewalker. He's down to 2. I didn't have lethal, did I? I don't think I had lethal. No, I didn't. He's able to make his guys indestructible. Not that that matters right now. I think I win next turn. Does that got vigilance? It doesn't. He's going to get 3 health, but I can tap one of his defenders. So if he attacks right now, he can't get that 3 health. It's tapped. He has 5 health. I attack. I win. He has potentially, he could cast a white spell that could, so let's play this safe, I guess. Just in case. He has some sort of white spell. Is there a white spell that untaps a creature? Okay, I win. Nice rollout. This is a good deck. This did not deserve to lose 2 so early in the draft. It didn't deserve at all to lose that one where I got completely mana screwed, and that last game, that was either player. If he didn't top deck, that was my win. This deck, in my opinion, should go 5 wins. You know what? I'm gonna take out the card that's going to make me giddy. I'm so nervous of like that screwing and like losing my last. I'm gonna take out Dual Strike. It's a win more condition, and I don't need it. Instead, Treachery. The key thing is getting through, and I don't want to run out of ability to get through. One 3 untap flying, so that could have happened. So I guess it's good that I put the... Here we go, guys. I'm facing all platinum drafters at this point, which is also making these drafts a bit harder. Not only am I like, you know, I think Magic takes into account, let me just think here. We don't have no 1-drops. It's not the greatest opening hand, but it's not bad, and I don't want to get greedy. Anyways, so Magic takes into account how well you've done this draft, but it also takes into account how good you are as a drafter and what you've done in the past. So I'm facing mostly platinum players now. Why are we suddenly facing all aggressive decks? It's like the time that I drafted 3 Vampire Slayers in Innistrad and then never faced a single fucking Vampire, and now I've drafted a super aggressive deck and I'm facing nothing but other aggressive decks. I was hoping to face like... I knew he'd think that was a good trade. I don't care about this trade. God damn it. Hopefully this will be good defense. Because the whole point of running an aggro deck in this format is that there are a lot of decks being run that are anti-aggro. So like you're going to punish them, and we haven't faced them, which is really annoying. Yeah, I'm attacking. Tempo plays. I'm happy to trade the Life Seeker for the Fearless Liberator. So far I traded a creature for Run Amok instead. Will he generate a token? Brings out the Ruined Crown. What will be attached to it? Rune of Speed. So for 2 mana, he can make anything he has get haste from now on. Happy to trade. So you can activate Boast after combat. It doesn't have to be during the attack phase. It can be as long as they attacked this turn. I guess the idea is that the creature gets to boast on their, like, they're obviously boasting about their exploits and their adventures, so as long as they did something, they get to boast about it. I don't like our card advantage, but I like our board position. One of the reasons he has card advantage is because he missed a land drop. We have very similar decks here. He's running a lot of enchantments. When enchanted creature leaves the battlefield to create a... Okay, so he's going to 1/1 flyer later. I'm going to win the race if we keep going, especially that I have Shackles of Treachery, so I'm attacking. Using Goldmot Champion's ability to tap. I will use the Firewalker's ability to grab a card that we can hopefully cast, and we can. I would like to play 1 more mana. You know what? I won't. I'm gonna keep 1 mana in hand. Play. It doesn't matter which I keep. I'll get rid of the planes. It doesn't really matter what I keep. Awesome. I'm not going to play the mountain. I'm going to keep it in hand for Seize the Spoils potentially next turn. If he plays something big, I might have lethal because of Shackles of Treachery. I mean, heck, the Firewalker is big. So I might already have something that can be lethal. Because I have 5, 6, 7 damage, and if I take the 4/3, then I have 11 damage. I have lethal next turn if he can't block. And I have a guy who can tap a defender, so I have lethal. We just have to hope that he doesn't play 2 defenders. And I'm going to destroy. So that's 1 defender. That's it. I have lethal. All right. I don't care what gets through. None of this has lifelink, right? It can all go through if you want. Go for it. Out aggroed him. The boy is up. He's awake. Holy crap. I'm seriously have heart. My heart is beating. Like I haven't, like when you play slower decks, you get to like, you know, let's see how this plays out kind of thing. In this, it's just like every single bit of damage matters so much. Treachery is it's a huge card. I'm glad I swapped it in.
It's unlikely that I'd ever end up getting to play that dual strike card that doubles my spell. It's just, it would have been fun. But okay, whatever. Sometimes we don't get to have fun. We just win. This is okay. We'll keep these. I think Shield Mate for first drop instead of the Forge Master. We're playing a slower deck, so, you know, that I think is advantageous to us. Maybe not the Shield Mate, maybe the Forge Master because of the 1-2 on the board. Turn 3 champion. He's defending. Does he have giant growth? Fuck me. God damn it. You can't play around that. I stand by that play. Turn 1, you can't just predict that that's gonna happen. That sucks. Not a lot of people run Snakeskin. We have barely seen that. That turned the early tides very quickly. We're kind of just going shot for shot here for a bit, it looks like. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? If a source an opponent controls would deal damage to you or a permanent you control, prevent one of that damage. Whenever you do, oh, that's like the exact card you need to play against me. Holy fuck, that's fucking annoying. Whenever you or another permanent you control becomes target of a spell or ability opponent controls, counter that spell or ability unless its controller plays an extra 1. Insane how perfect that is against me. Unbelievable the luck I've had with these decks I've had to face. Like the perfect anti-my deck decks. You know, like counter aggressive or oh, that's just unbelievably annoying. The exact fucking card that just destroys my deck. It means that, oh, he has reach. Fuck this shit! Sorry, buddy, I'm sorry. Oh my god! The fucking, like, ugh. Come here, buddy. It's okay. Come here. You're a good boy. Insane. And I have no answer for that. It just ruins the, no, there's no way I can win. I have no way that I can win this. I'm not doing it. Fuck it. That is a card that just destroys any aggro card in the set. Brilliant, brilliant draft, buddy. Like, good job. And then he fucking top decks it against me. Has it in his opening hand. There's bomb rares, and then there's like, fuck. I don't have anything in my deck that counters. 3 wins for this deck? This deck is way better than that. Fuck, man. The first one we don't even get to play. We don't even get any land. The second, like, we had one good game, I think. We got to play our Mythic Rare once.
No, I'm giving up. I was on full tilt. I don't want to play like that. There was an outside chance that he gets completely screwed or mana flooded and I win or something. I don't give a fuck. It's just I'm too angry about it. Fuck it. And just like with 1 mana reduction across the board for everything, creatures and him. It's just I can't overcome that. Even if I got my bomb mythic rare out, his fucking 2/2 with a piece of equipment on it is taking my angels down. I'm sorry, Hugo. Anyways, what a fun deck that I didn't get to play, basically. I saw my mythic rare once. I got to play 2 games where I actually played. That's what happens. You draw a really, you draft a really fun deck, you don't get to play it. What is this card? All right, let's clear my head. The slow drafting process will hopefully slowly bring me off tilt, but I'll really slow down my draft here because I don't want to draft on tilt. So I'm calming myself. You guys think I need a fudgy bonbon? Tundra Fumarole. I've never seen this before. Deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. So it's a piece of removal. It's a snow sorcery. Add colorless for each snowland used to spend to cast a spell. You add it to your mana pool. Until end of turn, you don't lose it. So you get like a mana rebate on this. This feels like a, you know, you build decks around this or whatever constructed wise, but otherwise it's like an okay piece of removal. I don't know that it's worth the rare slot, so let's look at the other stuff we have. Shepherd of the Cosmos is pretty, but it's already giving me like flashbacks and like PTSD over losing out on playing our awesome mythic rare on the last game. Whenever Shepherd of the Cosmos enters the battlefield, return 2 permanent cards with mana value of 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Oh, right to the battlefield. Yeah, that's a pretty big card if we want to run another deck similar to the one that we just ran. And you can foretell it. A 3/3 flyer for maybe 4 that brings back 2 creatures, little creatures from your graveyard. Nico Defies Destiny. You gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. Pay 2 mana. Oh, add 2 mana. Spend this only to foretell cards. So this is like if you're building a foretell deck. Rune of Sustenance. That's a lifelink. We love this guy. He was the card we got to play the most, at least, and he was an MVP when we were playing with him. He is like probably one of the best white commons in the entire set. No, I think he is the best white common next to the pacifism removal. This is just a really good piece of removal right here. Shepherd is cool, but it really kind of commits us to a strategy early. There's the PTSD thing. It only brings back 1 graveyard card? Oh, I blurred my eyes and saw the 2 in 2 locations in this text, so it's only 1 card comes back. Oh, this isn't that good. It's not as good as I thought. I thought it was much better than it was. I'm thinking the Demon Bolt here, unless we really like feel like rebuilding the deck we just made and grabbing the gold ma early. I think the Demon Bolt's the best choice though. Early removal in red. We have a red piece of removal. We could go red-black aggression here. Reckless Crew, oh, we've seen this many times. It doesn't work unless you have vehicles. It's really fun, but like, yeah, I'm not sure that I'll ever use that. I like Rootless U. We've played a very effective red-green deck. Holy shit, was that an effective? That was a fun deck. That one went off. with the Frost Weaver or whatever guy, and we played this guy in there. So I only say it because red-green is a color combo that I've already had good luck with. This guy is good when you're playing aggressively, but we don't know that we're playing aggressively yet. I think the strongest card here in a vacuum, if we're not thinking about what exact strategy we want, this is a pretty good 2-drop in an aggressive deck. Again, aggressive. Whereas this guy, I think, is the stronger card in a vacuum. If we're just thinking about our earliest 2 picks here, strongest cards that we're looking at without marrying ourselves to a strategy, it's between these two. And I've played enough green in the last like 4 or 5 drafts that I think I'd rather look at a tilt towards black a little bit, especially since I'm now, after that last game, I'm in a dark mood. So let's get some black cards. I got another one of those aggressive white cards here. Pretty aggressive. I like this guy. He's good for late game drop. He's not bad. 1 mana more than he should be for his body, but his ability to make 2 guys indestructible and throw them at your opponent is pretty cool. This generates tokens, works in a certain deck. We don't know that we're making that certain deck. Mana fixing. These guys come around a lot, so let's kind of disregard him. We see a lot of these late pick, so it's not like we have to snatch him up. What does this do? Sacrifice it. Search your library for an aura card or an equipment card, reveal them, put them in your hand, then shuffle. Slow, specific to getting a piece of equipment that we want to use. You think the Snowland might be the best? Like, oh, this Snowland? Opening up our options later, because yes, this is a very weak pack. For pick 3, very weak pack. Yeah, you're right. Shimmerdrift Veil opens us up for a 3rd color, maybe a 4th, depending on how this all goes. Because that can be any color we choose when it comes out. Snow-covered mountains in here. We're probably going into red based on our piece of removal. Here's another piece of removal. It's a light piece of removal, but it's fast. It's fast and cheap. Only takes out guys with 2 toughness. Look at the top card of your library. If it's a snow card, you may reveal it, put it in your hand. Vega the Watcher, legendary creature, bird spirit. When you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. So this rewards you for having foretold cards. You'll get cards back when you cast foretold cards. That's pretty good. But it's 2 colors. I know it's only the 4th pick, but it's 2 colors we haven't even looked at yet. I don't know. Blue-white isn't going to play well with black-red unless we end up going into green. And I'm just so kind of bored with making a bunch of green decks that play 5 colors. I'm kind of like trying to play a little bit. I'm just going to grab this piece of removal. And yet another piece of removal for red. And otherwise, in black, nothing very special. In green, nothing special. The best card in here is the red piece of removal, I think. You'd take Vega and just commit to blue-white? Yeah, I don't want to play blue-white. I don't want to. I'm in a dark mood, I said. I'm going to take Provoke the Trolls. We're really in red now. Maybe black-red aggressive, and then here's a dual land for black-red. Let's take it. There's a decent blue card in there. And I like this 2-drop for red. But I'd rather just get the dual land. I think we'll see. And there's another one right there, so maybe we'll take this one right here. Or another Shimmerdrift Veil, and then we're opening ourselves up for more. Like, I don't know that this is worth taking over Shimmerdrift, because it just opens up so many more options for us later in the draft. Icehide Troll, love them, but I'm not. I played too much of them. I'm bored. It's the best part about drafting, is you get to play many different types of decks if you choose, instead of getting stuck in the old constructed meta. That's why we play draft. A 3-2 haste in this black, red, you know, at this point we can start looking at white as well in this aggressive deck because of having 2 Shimmer Drift Veils. What I don't like about Shimmer Drift Veil is that it comes in the battlefield tapped, and in a aggressive deck that's going to slow us down a bit, but the fixing is probably worth it. I think this is the better card, and I think we'll see more of this guy potentially as a 3-drop. 3-drops aren't as hard to get as good 2-drops, and I think this guy's the better 3-drop, and I think we may end up going white, black, red. And here's another one of them. This guy's so amazing. Okay, white, black, red. Might just be white, red again, but I'm in a dark mood, I said. And then this guy's really aggressive in red, works well. These are both really good. I think I'll take the 2-drop over the 3, though. I'll take this land. Who knows? Maybe we'll end up getting a nice piece of equipment that we want to go get. I'm going to take Frostbite out of here and Demon Bolt and provoke the trolls and just look at our creature curve. We don't have many creatures yet. Craven Hulk's not bad in an aggressive deck. Not great, but not bad. We won't use this guy. We won't use this guy either. But we'll take this just in case we end up somehow. Maybe we'll open up a white mythic coming up or something. Vigilance 1/1. When it enters the battlefield, if it's the second spell you cast, it's a 2/2, or it puts a +1/+1 on target creature, including itself if you want. So he's not horrible for a white-red aggressive deck. Somebody says your Battlefield 1 vid was wicked, dude. What? Nobody likes that video. Everybody hates that video. I get so much hate comments on that video. Revitalize. You gang 3. Yeah, well, I'm going to grab this guy, and we might end up putting him in if we go red, white aggression. I don't want to. Hey, all right, we're going green. What do we got here? Teverkel. Legendary Planeswalker. 4 mana to cast. Elves you control have tap. You can create black mana with your elves. And you don't even that's not even an activated ability. He just makes that happen. So the moment he comes out, your elves are producing mana for you. Black mana. Add a counter to this guy. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target elf. Untap it. It gains Death Touch until end of turn. Okay. You can pay 0, create an elf. Okay, he's not blowing me away as a planeswalker yet. -6, you get an emblem that says, whenever you cast an elf spell, it gains haste until end of turn, and you draw 2 cards. And that emblem, I believe, would be permanent, so you really want this guy's ultimate token ability to go off. If you're running a lot of elves, you think that it basically just makes 1/1s every turn? You think that's probably what you'd use them for? You wouldn't add the 1/1 counters? So on the turn he comes out, he possibly produces a bunch of mana for you. I don't even know that I take this guy. I got excited, saw a mythic rare in green. I don't know that I take this if I want to build a good deck here. Like, I think this guy's a stronger green card in this pack than this guy, unless you're already deep into elves. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't even give that elf Death Touch forever, the fact that it's just until end of turn. He's not a very good planeswalker, in my opinion. Not in limited, at least. Like, I think that the Packmate and the Spirit of Elderguard are better picks in green than him. Unless you were already in and you knew that you were chock full of elves, like to the brim. Yeah, I don't like it. We have a red-white dual land down here for potentially going into our deck, though we only have one black card at this point, so... But we're thinking of maybe doing both. Yeah, if he was my first, if I hadn't wasted a whole pack not drafting green or elves, maybe I'd grab him. But with only 2 packs left, I don't want him. I think the best pick for us out of everything in here. We got 3/2 for 2 that can be foretold, and then cast for 1 white mana. That's not bad. Or we grab the snow land to keep our options open in black. I'm gonna do that. So while we still haven't drafted a lot of black, or barely any, let's keep on being given good white cards instead. We can definitely splash black. Bounding Gold, we have to take it. It's amazing removal. Fearless Liberator is great. Rune of Mortality is great. Good. Shackles of Treachery obviously is good. That'll probably table though. For those who aren't familiar with drafting, when I say table, it means if you picture a virtual table with 8 players at it, opening packs and passing the cards when we're drafting, it's a table, so it goes around the table. And since there's 15 cards in a pack, anything before the 9th pick, or anything before your 6th pick, are cards that you might see again when they make it around the table. And some cards are more likely than others to make it all the way around. I think this guy's the best card in here for... it's forcing us to do white-red aggression again. Here's yet another aggressive white card. Axguard Cavalry. What's this guy do? Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control Death Touch. No, I don't want that. I don't want it. I don't want it. This guy's not bad as a 3-drop. Berserker's good if you have equipment. There isn't a ton of equipment in this set, surprisingly. There's some runes, not a lot of pieces of equipment to go around in a limited draft to make the things that you want to work. The pick is good because it can ramp. Let's try it because I'm open to, like, you know, sometimes I don't see the value in cards till I play them, so let's, you know, try something different. I just keep looking at it and I just think it's so mediocre. As we saw, this guy is amazing in an aggressive white-red deck. What's this? This one fetches the god. We saw that god in one draft. We did see it once. I think I'm taking this guy. Shackles of Treachery is good in this. The Raptor is good. The Dusk Wielder's alright. The Faithful isn't very good. It's too slow in my opinion. I think we'll take the Raptor. Piece of equipment to attach to him. The Berserker's here. We need 3 drops. I think we'll see more 1-drops easily. I think 3 drops are in more higher demand. Black is getting taken up quickly in this draft. Another Raider. I'd like him over the Cavalry. Or the Recruiter can be splashed in to bring back creatures. Nah, Raider. 2 Raiders is good. It's nice to have. We have a low curve, and we're going to use the Raider to get rid of lands we don't want. As we saw, that ended up being probably made me look out of all the things that made me look good in that last draft, my use of the Raider and the Gold Maw Champion made me look quite good, because that played out exactly how I designed it. How I'd hoped it would. Haggy Mob, I'm not going to run 2 of those. Might not even run 1. Oh my god, the packmate made it this far around. What the fuck, man? Oh, because he was in the same pack as the Mythic Rare, so the Mythic... So that's probably why he made it all the way around. It's easier to table when you're in a pack with a Mythic and the Uncommon Bear that's also solid. I'll take the Mob. Unlikely I'm going to run 2, but I'm not seeing anything else I want. Another piece of equipment, not great. But if we pick up another Raptor, maybe it's a little bit better. We saw one guy running this. It's sticky because it makes the flyer bigger, then it brings back a flyer when it goes away. So it's like putting a 1/1 flyer into your deck that... I think I'd prefer the equipment, though. Because of the synergy with equipment in this deck. The runes and stuff. In this set, not in this deck. We don't have a rune yet. I'll take 1 Shackles of Treachery. I'd rather that over the Enforcements, just so that we have the Treachery sitting here and know that we have it. Take out the... What are the other things I want to take out here? To focus on the creature curve. Okay, the curve's looking nice. Now that we have 2 pieces of equipment, I might run the Death Knell Berserker. It's a very good card if you have equipment. The hell, man? Green. You know what? I'm taking this. We'll open a Halvar. I just know it. We're gonna open a Halvar. That would be so amazing. Here's this one, we only probably need 1 Shackles of Treachery, and now we have it. We played a guy who played 2 Shackles of Treachery. Let's see. Come on, Halvar, Halvar, Halvar. No. We got instead a dual land that we don't need. This is great and constructed, but like, and it's okay if you're in these colors, but like, no. The Betrayer King, great for zombies. Here's a dual land in our colors down here. Common dual land. This guy brings back artifacts and enchantments that you have, and he's a 4/4. He's a 5-drop. He's better than the Haggy Mob. He'll table though. This guy, we saw this guy used against us, and I hadn't seen him until that point. When he enters the battlefield, you choose a type, and then whenever another creature of the chosen type enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on this guy, the shapeshifter. So if we chose dwarves or berserkers, that would work pretty good with him. He would get pumped up pretty quickly. This guy's a little slower than I like, but he is a 3/2 flyer, and we don't have a lot of flyers. I think I'd rather the dual land, though. I'm not, like, I don't think any of this is, like, make or break my deck. How many creatures we have? We already have 14 pretty good creatures. Like, I'm leaning towards this guy, but he'll table. I don't think the dual land will. Actually, I like this guy the most. No, I'm putting this guy in. Fearless Pup. Another Gold Maw Champion would give us 3. That was the golden number for our last game. Yeah. We're white, red aggression again. Another Warhorn Blast. Yeah. Crush the Weak works against us. Black really dried up quick. Hey, there we go. So it's worth splashing black because we have 2 pieces of equipment that could make these guys extremely good. Maybe 1 more piece of equipment would make that perfect. And there's the Ruined Crown. We don't have a rune to fetch though. Do we? Wait. We didn't get a rune. What's the likelihood we'll get a rune in the next 10 picks? There's nothing really over that I would take besides the Stalwart Valkyrie. I'm taking this. It works good with the two Death Knell Berserkers. It works good with everything, but like, there's the rune we need. All right, awesome. So we'll have Death Touch on all our guys if we draw into. There's that white, another Vega the Watcher. Boy, would it have been nice if we went into that then. Another Death Knell Berserker. Our Death Knell Berserkers are going to be MVPs, I think, with 3 pieces of equipment and 3 of them. So if you don't know what they do, by the way, I'll give you a chance to see. If they die with power, when they die, if they had power of 3 or more, they generate a 2/2 zombie. So like, he's for only 2 mana. This is a 2/2 that dies and comes back. That's amazing value if you can make his power 3 or greater, which will require you to put a piece of equipment on him. So he's only good if you've got equipment. She? Could be either. Return creatures to your hand. Return 2 creatures that share a type. This could be card draw basically for us because we do have lots of dwarves. And we have a decent amount of elves. On the other, yeah, I think maybe that. I'm gonna take out the mob. We're not gonna use the mob now that we've gotten some other good stuff. We will run the cleric, I think. We're gonna probably end up I think we'll end up, yeah. Because we have a lot of cheap, like, equipment and cheap spells, I think that'll be quite good. We have 7 or so Berserkers. Yeah, I think I'm gonna grab this because this is like card draw. Gives us gas. We don't have a lot of gas generation like we did the last pack, the last deck. Red-white dual land, or we bring back potentially a piece of an artifact if it gets destroyed. What's the likelihood? Do we prefer the dual land over? Well, he's also a 4/4 body, which can't be like discounted. It's a little more expensive than he should be. What's the likelihood that our runes or our equipment will end up in the graveyard? He also you have to exile a creature to do it, but I mean, if there's probably going to be a creature in the graveyard if he comes in and that triggers. Dual Strike could, actually, we have quite a bit that can play with Dual Strike this time. Demon Bolt, Shackles, Provoke the Trolls, Frostbite. Maybe Dual Strike is good. It's almost like an extra piece of removal. It's conditional, very conditional. But on Provoke the Trolls, like, that's a lot of punch through. It's versatile. It's conditional, but versatile. It's conditional upon you having something to cast with it in your hand. Versatile because it duplicates anything. It's like another spell of whatever you want, so long as you have it in hand, right? But running 3 colors, I'm taking the dual land. I didn't love anything there enough to take it over to the dual land. It's not a fun pick, but I think it's the right pick. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. If it's an elf, create 2 1/1 green elf warrior tokens. So for 5 mana or 4 if you foretold it, you're bringing back an elf, which includes these berserker guys, which will likely be in the graveyard, and you're generating 2 1/1 tokens. How many other elves do we have? Just those 3, but they are like late in the game on the 5th turn. It's very likely we're going to have that elf. At least one elf. Otherwise, it's bringing back maybe this guy, or maybe it's bringing back a Gold Maw Champion, which are also very good to get back. It's that or the Kennel Master, and no, I think the Kennel Master is better. It's just that Return Upon the Tide is so slow, whereas the Kennel Master is just like, we're going berserk, we're pushing, we're punching. Mana ramp / punch through. I don't think I need the ramping effect, so it's like a very weak version of Warhorn Blast, which we already have. So I don't think we need that. I think if anything, we want more bodies. This guy tabled like I thought he would. An aggressive 3-drop. This can give us gas. Seize the Spoils. A little expensive to cast, and then we ended up getting one of these for free in the last picks. Oh, he's a good 2-drop, I think. Exile a creature from your graveyard and you get a treasure token. That's also mana fixing / ramping. We might run him. I didn't think he'd be last pick. I'm not as happy about this draft compared to the last one, but because of that, this will probably go 7-0 or something. It's just, you know, I'm salty. 3 Berserkers, that's a huge part of our deck. I'm not 100% on the Code Spell Cleric, but I think probably we're running him, but I'm not going to put him in just yet. Let's look at our very best stuff in red, black, and white. I like the Battlefield Raptor because of all the equipment running. I love this guy, 3 of him. So that's 3 3-drops, 3 2-drops. Obviously we're running this, but we'll wait until we're done our creatures. This is like a 4-drop, basically. It's like a 4/2 on turn 4. Or it's a 4/2 on turn 3, potentially, if you spent the mana earlier. This guy, I think, is essential in an aggressive deck, and so are our 2 Raiders. So our 2-drops, being that we have 5 of them, are almost, I would say, we may be good for 2-drops. Oh, and then this guy. So I think there may just not be any room for the Vault Robber, because we have 6 2-drops, and I think that's probably as many as we want, and I wouldn't want to get rid of any of the ones we have. These guys are great. Next, maybe a couple more 3-drops. I'd rather peak at 3 than that 2. We don't have any more 3-drops. We have removal that drops on turn 3. But in terms of creatures that drop on turn 3, what am I doing? Stop that. Hey. We have a 4-drop. I do like this guy because he can force their guys to attack, and then we may get a free attack on the next turn, basically, with no blockers. We don't have another 3-drop, so we are peaking at 2. That's not awful, considering on the 3rd turn we are probably trying to boast this guy, or we're trying to boast this guy, or play this guy. Like if we may be playing stuff like equipping equipment and stuff on turn 3, so that's something to be considered. Like on turn 3 we may be using the turn 3 mana for equipping and stuff. Alright. You still having your party?
Yeah.
Yes, you can pee. I'm gonna turn off my mic for a second since the bathroom's right next to the studio and Becky's peeing.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right, guys.
Okay. So I read Xioxide's message on the break there. I noticed, yes, my Berserkers I hadn't been looking at are 3-drops. So we got our 3-drops are even with our 2-drops on the ramp. And then, you know, since yeah, that's okay to like. I don't like the flatness of the curve. It doesn't look nice, but it's not awful. And again, we'll be playing some equipment. We have a piece of removal that's a 3-drop. Is there any more? Okay, for creatures, we're going to put this Kennelmaster in. I like him as a late game guy. Let me take this mana. The Craven Hulk might have to be slotted in. I don't love him, but he's a 4/4 for 4 in red. And red doesn't usually, you know, that's usually a bit more expensive for red. But he does have the downside of not being able to block alone, but who gives a shit? We're not going to be blocking. We don't want to be blocking. If we're blocking, we're maybe in trouble. All right. I think that's our creatures. Oh, the Dwarven Reinforcements is another 4-drop. We get 2 guys, which, you know, he's only a 4/2 on turn 4, but he has greater value because of the equipment we have to attach to those tokens, and that we have that Warhorn Blast, which has great value late game. I guess I'm going to put in the code spell Cleric as a maybe an 18th creature. I think he'll have value. 2 1-drops. I think he'll have good value. Now we're looking at filling out. We have about, because of the curve and how low the casting cost is of the entire deck, I would say we have 6 more cards to put in. I think we'll run 16 lands instead of 17. So, what do we want? Oh, if you're playing the Black Rune, it combos well with the Haggy Mob? Are you sure? Oh, any target. It's not just the opponent. Good call. Maybe then. Would I take out the Hulk? I'll take out the Hulk. Yes, I didn't think of how it's any target. I thought it was to the opponent's face, which I thought was super weak. All right. I don't think I'll run 2 Haggy Mobs though, just 1. Okay. That's all the creatures we want. 18 creatures. That's good in a equipment heavy deck. Now let's put in our equipment, since that's also core to our strategy. So we need colorless to show up. A pick and a crown? That's it? I thought we had 1 more piece of equipment. What? We had 3 pieces. I swear we had 3 pieces. Is it because one of the pieces is a colored equipment? The other one is red. The helm. There we go. All right. In my day, artifacts were colorless all the time. So there's our 3 pieces of equipment. Now we get 3 pieces of removal, I'd say. It's kind of weird because, like, we want the removal, but we also want, you know, we want probably a Shackles. The Frostbite isn't a super strong removal, so I don't know. We put the Demon Bolt in there. Put the Provoke in there for its versatility, I'd say. But I want to put in the... Oh, and the Bound of Gold goes in. I don't know that the Shock or the Frostbite goes in. It's just kind of weak for what we're running. We might have to take out a creature. Maybe... Guys, I don't know that the Haggy Mob is worth the combo. I don't know. Who's better, the Kennelmaster or the Haggy Mob? Do we drop a creature in order to... Because we need to run the rune, right? That's the whole point of running the crown and the other equipment. Do we take out the code spell Cleric? It's got vigilance, it can get bigger.
I like the Code Spell Cleric. The reinforcements? No, they have power because of our Warhorn, which is going in. We need to get rid of 2 cards now. The Red-White Saga searches up any equipment, not just the god. Search your library for a card named Halvar. Battle or an equipment card. I never knew it was or an equipment card. Yeah, but I don't think that that's good enough. Like, we don't need to fetch equipment and that slowly either. And the treasure tokens, while nice for ramping, isn't something we care to do that much. Like, this isn't a ramping deck at all, and we don't need the fixing either, so. I'm having a tough time deciding on... Give me opinions. What am I missing that I might not be considering? We still haven't like thought about putting in Rise of the Draugr. Like, I'm lukewarm on the cleric. I like this guy because he's gonna, you know, force attacks, and then we get to go back. Also, when an attacking creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life. That's big too. That's huge for punching through. Hey, I don't need arguments for putting stuff in. I need help me take stuff out. The Haggy Mob is a great combo, but it's a really good combo. Maybe I get rid of the Kennel Master, but the Kennel Master is great for this too, late game. We need some late game. And then the Kennel Master goes good with the Dwarven Reinforcements. Is Provoke the Trolls too slow for removal? Yeah, I am thinking of taking away the Code Spell Cleric, even if he is aggressive. What can provoke the trolls? Hit that doesn't die. Good point. Yeah, like, I mean, in our deck, it's not really punch through, is it? We shouldn't think of it as that because of everything. It kills everything in our deck. So really, this is just very expensive 3 damage. So really, we shouldn't even be considering playing that over the Frostbite. And because we have so many snow permanents, Frostbite will usually do 3 damage. So yes, that makes that decision. I want the Raptor because of all the equipment we're running on the Raptor makes him more powerful. And he's first strike, making him quite powerful. I love the Raider for our curve and aggression. He gets rid of lands that we don't want. The Rune of Mortality is amazing with the equipment we have and is great with the Haggy Mob. This guy is amazing with all the 3 pieces of equipment we have, so we want him. That's the other thing. The Godspell Cleric also works well with the Berserkers. I'm putting him back in. God damn it. I like how he works with the Berserkers, and we have 3 of these. He's like an extra piece of equipment for us to work with that 3 Berserker strategy. I'm thinking maybe the Dwarven Reinforcements are slow enough that we don't need them, and we are generating tokens with the Death Knell Berserker. We have 25 cards. Cut one of your 2-drops. I love every one of my 2-drops. Every single one. This is hard. I love my 3-drops. I love every... 2 of these Berserker guys? Do I want to? I got 25 cards here. We just need 1. I'm almost at the point, like, I'm so back and forth, and we don't have bomb rares in here. I'm thinking of potentially running 41 cards, 16 total lands, 41 cards, 16 lands. Because I just can't split the difference on some of these things here in my head. Black isn't heavy enough to play enough black sources to be able to consistently play them on turn 2. Oh, I will run enough black to make sure it happens. We've got 2 Sulphurous Mires. We have 1 Alpine Meadow. We have 2 Shimmering Veils. So if they're played on turn 1, I'm confident we'll be playing Death Knell Berserkers on turn 2. I think we will.
Yeah, I want the Berserkers to keep coming back. I'm putting in Rise of the Draugr. I'm taking out the... This is a cool combo. It's not going to go off. I'm taking it out. It's going to be... If it's going off at that point in the game, I don't give a shit. It's as good as running, to me, a Shackles of Treachery. In fact, a Shackles of Treachery is better. I'm taking out the Master as well. And I'm taking out the Warhorn Blast. I put in Rise of the Draugr. I'm doubling down on the Death Knell Berserkers, and I'm going to run... I'm putting in Shackles of Treachery for the final punch through. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. I just completely changed my mind on everything. That's how I got over that decision. Okay, so we can put in different lands now. Drawing a 3rd Death Knell Berserker on turn 10 isn't exciting, but getting 2 out of the graveyard is. Oops. Hey, just take these out, please. Plus, we're going to draw tons of them, guys, because remember, we have 2 raiders who are going to be slicing through our lands quickly, getting rid of the lands that we don't need. What did I just take out accidentally? Shit. What was down here that I was trying to click away my lands, and I got rid of something down there. I took out one of my... Oh, this guy. There we go. That was easy. All right, let's put in my dual lands and have it resuggest what I'm going to run. Yeah, suggest my lands, please. 4 swamps, 4 plains, 4 mountains. Let me see my deck again. So the game itself decided I should play 41 cards. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 lands. I don't know that I need 17. I think I'm going to take out... a plains? Fuck it, I'll run 17 lands. Sure, I'll do what the game says. Because of the Fearless Liberators. No. I'm going to take out... This has been a tough go, guys. I'm going to take out a plains. No, I'm going to take out a mountain. Plains? Plains. 1 less plains. 40 cards, 16 lands. And you know what? I'm putting back in a 41st card. This has been a crazy time, guys. I'm going to put in a 41st card, and it's going to be my Seize the Spoils to get through my lands as well. That worked well for me last game. This is an insane curve. What the fuck am I doing? Let's see how it goes. We need the gas. I think I'm crazy for not running the Warhorn Blast considering my token strategy here with the Zombie Berserkers.
I think I'd run one less of maybe this 3-drop guy, or... Maybe I will run one less Seize the Spoils. I don't know. I'm going to play the Warhorn Blast in there. This is rough. This is tough. Let's see how this goes. 3 colors. I don't like this nearly as much as my last deck, but... at least I talk out my thoughts, right? So you know what I'm trying to do, even if it doesn't happen. I'm a talker, which is why I'm a streamer. Please like and subscribe, really helps me out. So we got our mana fixing off the bat. We don't have a plains, but we also don't have any white cards in this opening hand. Rise of the Draugr isn't usable until way later. We have nothing that's gonna boost the Death Knell Berserker right away. We don't need Shackles of Treachery till later. So despite having the mana fixing, this is a bad opening hand for an aggressive deck. I'm mulliganing. Fearless Liberator being in the opening and Ruined Crown makes me like this opening hand a lot more. I'll probably drop one of the swamps. Let's hope we draw into land. Kolnar's just started playing Magic. Yay. Let's kill that right off the bat. No mana fixing for you, right? No, it's fixing? Yeah. Plus, we don't want it blocking this guy. I want to be getting through and generating tokens next turn. We're already almost out of gas, though. So... let's hope he misses his 3-drop so we can start generating some tokens. Generate a token. He'll probably trade if he's smart. No more token generation, but if you get 1 out of him, it's an okay value. You don't get to attach Ruined Crown onto a creature when it comes out, right? So it's kind of a slow card, isn't it? Hello, Flashpoint. So he's attacking with his wolf next turn, no matter what. So we're probably gonna trade the Doom Scourge. I'm gonna boost him a bit. So I have to lose my token as well. Are you kidding me? Okay. It has trample, that's fine. Goes 3 to my face, but he loses his dude. This time we don't want to play the Raider. We're waiting for land. We actually need land. Search your library. We want the Rune of Mortality. Wish we had more tokens. And yes, it is card draw, isn't it? Because of the rune. You're right. I don't dare play the Raider right now, but I will attach the crown. So at least we're gonna get a token back when this dies. And it's got Death Touch. So this is where the deck gets really good, is once it gets a little bit of traction like this with these Berserkers. We've got like a lot of token generation and a crown that's death touching things that they attack into. So I don't care that that's a 5/5. So I'll probably play my Berserker and then re-equip the equipment. So now we have a Death Touch blocker and a Death Touch attacker that generates a new token. This is interesting. This is interesting. This is a slippery, versatile deck, it's looking like. I don't care how many equipments you put on. The fact that that thing gets trampled is a bit annoying, but yikes. So they'll be trampling through again because of this rune. So I'm gonna take like maybe about 6 base damage again, but they're gonna run out of gas here because, you know. And yet again, I would love some mana, you know, if only to play the Raiders, so that, like, I mean, I would have probably, if I had 1 extra mana, played a Raider and then gotten rid of the Gold Mod Champion just to get me toward maybe like my thingy that takes his creature. We got here? What's going on? What just happened? Now I guess I'll be using my turn to read the card. He got a shackle. Did he steal cards from me? When he used that side. You get an emblem with you may play cards exiled with Tybalt. He put 2 counters on him to exile the top card of each player's library. He can pay 3 to exile an artifact or creature. Wow, what an insanely good mythic. That's great. Wow. Awesome. We better get this guy out there now. All right, I'm gonna... So that's fun.
Yes, bleed. Oh, that's mine.
gonna let his worm through, I guess. Like, without it dying for at least an attack. And he's gonna destroy my ruined crown. Ah, fuck this shit, man. His bomb won him the game. That's gotta be the best planeswalker you can run in limited. Y'all done, Becky? Was it fun? Yay. Yes.
They drank a full bottle of apple cider.
Are you drunk?
No. It's only 5%.
Okay.
But Big Balls is here. Just
He-
wait.
What time is it?
He's been here for like an hour.
I don't...
Too early.
It's too early.
Okay.
It's a nice day. It's not like he's waiting in the rain out there.
Yeah, that's what I felt like too. Okay.
Big Balls is here, everybody. The neighborhood cat that we're trying to keep coming back for food so that we can one day, once we've researched and found a vet that will handle strays, take him in and get him neutered. Hey, we got all 3 colors in our mana here in our opening hand. We've got a gold vein pick to put on a berserker. On turn 3, which is good. I think we had a really good chance of winning that last game had he not played the best planeswalker that I've seen in this set, or any set for a limited, for playing limited. Like, that's just an insane pick. We got some treasure. Could you imagine generating treasure tokens with that mythic that we had? Why are you fucking kidding? Okay, I thought it was another planeswalker. Untap each snow permanent you control. How many snow permanents do I have right now? Only 1. So I can't do 3 damage to his guy. He has to attack in order to make that happen. Trade. More treasure. I'm gonna keep this, because of these treasure tokens, I'm gonna keep this swamp in my hand. I do not need to play that at all, based on those treasure tokens right now. Do I want to move? Actually, I might spend a treasure token to move. You know what? I am gonna play the swamp. I was gonna say keep the swamp for the ability to discard cards. Is this worth it? Sure. For defense, I just hope that I don't lose the berserker while the pick isn't on him. Okay. Go ahead and attack. Fucking go for it. We'll go face to face. You can untap your snow permanents. I don't give a shit. Oh, he can untap himself, so that's why that's good. Yeah, sure, whatever. I can only destroy equipment attached to his guys, but at least I can tap that guy on my way through. So we're still going face, both of us. attackers. This guy will tap that guy. I have no other plays. Unless I want to do 4 extra damage right now, and I don't, so. Definitely don't need any of this mountain in my hand right now, so. It would be nice to draw into my little 2/1 guys that let me discard cards. I am close to Shackles being lethal. It's lethal next turn, depending on how many, I mean, considering I can tap a defender. Uh-oh. Anything I can do here to save this? I don't think there is. Can I at least kill his guy? Because he doesn't have 3 snow permanents, so his guy's not going to be indestructible at least. So at least I'm killing his guy this turn. Before the end of turn, right? It's not indestructible, so. If he had 3 snow permanents, his guy would have been indestructible, and I wouldn't have been able to remove that guy. Just gonna attack. We're lacking bodies in a deck with like 18 creatures. I do not need any more treasure. I need bodies. This deck has tons of bodies. Okay. That's fine. I'll probably just take that guy. Play Warhorn. This is going to be an expensive turn, but I think it'll work for lethal. Let's see here. This is a very expensive hard cast on this. If I pay 5 mana, okay, first I steal him for 3. Then I pay 5, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I have lethal. This is pretty over the top. But what you gonna do? I guess I could have been playing the foretelling the Warhorn Blast. That was silly. Where the fuck were my creatures? Let me do a creature count again. I think I have 18. I drew 2 creatures? Let's see. What's my creature count? I only have 15 creatures. All right, I think I need to reassess my life choices. I thought I had put more in. For the sake of my equipment, I ran low. I'm taking out the Warhorn Blast, and I'll put in at least 1 more creature. I might even take out the Frostbite and put in 2 creatures. Or even seize the spoils in order to get to creatures, or I think Dwarven Reinforcements for late game, token generation. Kennel Master, I think that's better. Okay, so 17 creatures then? 16, holy shit. Well, 2 tokens, but Bound in Gold I haven't even drawn into. The idea, I guess, here is the token generation with the Berserker, so like I have more creatures than I think, because it's so sticky. You guys really want the Haggy Mob, eh? Alright. I'll put the Haggy Mob in instead of the Berserker. Because the Haggy Mob would be so
fun to use with the rune, I acknowledge that.
Yeah, that's fucking bullshit. Kulnara can't, like, Kulnara has a new baby that can't see its grandparents, uncles and aunts, potentially, because of COVID. The 3, despite 5 pieces of mana fixing, we're really getting screwed here a lot with our mana selection early. We have to mulligan this. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Okay. Wow. The luck. At least they mulliganed. And now they're really thinking about mulling again, so maybe we lucked out. They kept 6 cards, we kept 5. Gonna get rid of the Dwarven reinforcements and probably the Ruined Crown. We'll use our Shimmering Veil to get a white card. I thought with all the 5 dual lands / any land color we want Shivering Veils, we would have been golden for whatever we wanted to draft. We didn't get red. We don't have a mountain. Maybe I should have made that mountain. Ah, shit. I don't know. There's mana fixing if we can get off an attack, but we need another land to run Goldmaw Champion. He's got Berserk. Oh, but boy, oh boy. This is over. Hey. Yay. Now, if the raptor survives, we can attack. We can also defend. He's got first strike. We can get through and get ourselves some treasure, which will fix our mana problems. Please don't remove my raptor. He's just a boy. Choose a creature that aren't the chosen type, get -3/-3. So he knows that I'm mana screwed, and like, good on him. He knows that like doing that is just, that would be a really bad play, I think, early game if I wasn't mana screwed, but he knows that I desperately needed that treasure. He's just trying to end this game early. And I don't blame him. He has an abundance of mana over there. Do I want a 3/2 out there now, or do I just want to play this? Let's put this out. That's the safer play. Oh. Well, they've definitely got an instant in hand. They're thinking of removing that guy so they can just keep on biting me for 2 face. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess. I know that it, like he's got a trick, obviously. I don't fucking care. Yeah, okay. I guess it's a 1-for-1 trade because he used a card to get rid of a card. Oh, but he generates a token plus brings the Berserker back, which is very effective. Of course. That's looking like a constructed deck over there, the way that's playing. Hey, buddy, come on down. You know, his deck's making a big show of this, but he's running out of gas quick. Like, it looks worse than it is, I think, in some ways. Hi, pal. Putting that on there so he can't be pinged. Yeah, I'll get rid of my Berserker, that's fine. You got rid of what? A swamp, of course. Like, so no downside for him. More removal, more face damage for me. Now I don't have a creature to play. I have drawn into 0 removal. This has been the worst run. This is bad. The deck is just not doing anything. I'm getting mana screwed. Like, that's the long and short of it. Can't. Nothing you can do about that. I mulled to 5, so can't analyze the deck choices when you're just getting mana screwed. And it's a 3-color deck with 5 pieces of fixing. You can't blame me for that. Like, there's nothing wrong with a 3-color deck with 2 dual lands in 2 of the colors, 2 lands that can become any color, and then 1 dual land in 2 of the other colors. 5 pieces that round out the lands. And now we're flooded with them. But you know what? Like, I'm so fucking shell-shocked. I'm just keeping them all. 4 land hand in an aggressive curving deck that doesn't want to draw lands. That's how fucking on tilt and scared I am of not drawing into lands later. It's just been so bad. I'll make my Death Knell Berserker a 3/3 next turn by playing the Breakneck and the Cleric in the same turn. Oh, I can't because my land is too slow. Oh, thank goodness. I get a break. I got a break. Gotta break for once. You gotta believe in the heart of the cards. A 2/5 that he chooses one of the 2 of us to either lose life or gang life based on how many of the same type of creature they have. So he gained a couple pieces of life. I'll probably forces creatures to attack next turn. I'm not going to attack this turn. I'm going to force his to attack now, or next turn rather. I'm going to take it to the face.
And I probably want, it doesn't really matter what I choose here. Choose black.
I'm just gonna let them buy. No blocks. I'll bind that guy in gold. I'll attack with everybody. That's a lot of damage to the face. Play my last land and my last creature in hand. I'm officially out of gas. Do not wipe the board, you motherfucker. Don't have a wrath. Is it just me, or is it every time I play a deck, like, I end up facing decks that are very similar to the deck I drafted? Like, this guy's got a very similar deck to mine. He's got even a cold. I barely ever seen these code spell clerics, and yet now I've seen, like, you know, that plus the Berserker. That's weird that he didn't choose to put the counter on the Berserker. I have to do math now. I tapped 3/6. Yeah, I just attack with everything, I think. Tap is 3/6. Math is for blockers. We get through for 3 damage, so he's down to 1 life. And that's the last life right there. He may not have been taking that into account, just like I wasn't taking it into account either. What the fuck did he just play? What the fuck was that? I have no idea what that last thing was, but he generated 4 2/2 zombies out of nowhere. I don't know what the cards are. Everybody's got better cards than me, that's all I know. Even when I'm winning, I'm angry today. Like, what the fuck is with some of this shit? Groom's Finery. All right.
How long have I been going here? Only 3.5 hours, because these have been fast drafts of a lot of losing. A lot of mana screwing. All 3 colors I need. A piece of equipment for the Berserker.
That's not a bad opening then. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library. As long as you control a giant, you may cast this from the graveyard. Like, so they get to do it again if they end up with a giant. They might, so they're running giants probably. Now, I'll probably put out a champion or probably a Berserker next turn, then maybe a champion, and I'll have the extra mana for the Helm to get onto the Death Knell. If there's a blocker though, I will probably play the Helm to get it on the Berserker. So, anybody who's joining late, I've made a deck with 3 of these in there and 3 pieces of equipment. What this guy does is, if he dies when he had 3 power, he only has 2 power, but if he dies with 3 power, meaning you put a piece of equipment on him, then he generates a 2/2 zombie token. And this guy just foretold something, which tells me in a blue-red deck, it cost... Why did he have to tap 3 land? Oh, because he played that, and then he foretold something. Could be removal. I'm gonna go aggro. I don't know what it is he foretold in blue and red and white. Let's get the damage in while we can get it in, because that's what our deck is supposed to do. Another dual land. 3/2 on the board. Bind monster. It will deal its damage to that guy though. It's pseudo removal because, like, I mean, it binds him, but yeah, he has to deal with the damage to his face, which is, I guess, okay for me. I'm not going to trade yet. I'm not going to attack with the Berserker. I'm going to just get prepared here. I don't believe he has a lot of creatures. I'm going to create a favorable situation. I don't want to trade. I don't believe he has a lot of creatures right now in hand that he can cast. Oh, maybe now he does. What does this do? Whenever another angel or cleric enters the battlefield, they gain life. Anyways. If I want them to survive, I can make a 4/5 to attack right now that would kill anything in its path. Or I can make a 5/4, which would kill anything in its path, but both could die. I think... That's my choice. You let me go face. It's possible he has confidence. And that's a bad thing for your opponent to have. He may have a lot of life gain in this deck with that Valkyrie on the board that I can't do anything about. Giant's Amulet. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 4, which allows you to create a 4/4 giant and attach the amulet to it. Equipped creature gets... This is an artifact, right? Huh, but it's got hexproof, so I can't grab him and take control either. And I also can't tap him, so... Let me swing through. Okay. Why is he so confident that he's... I want all the mana available to me next turn. That's a big turn next turn. This is weird that he's that confident. I think this, I can't see how, what does he have that makes him think that that was a good idea?
He might have board white. I mean, he was playing black, but instead, no, he played Mistwalker, which gained him some life. But even with the life gang, I don't have lethal now because of that, but so I don't want to attack with anything that has less than 5 power, because then it's not going to be a very favorable trade when it gets through.
He's running control and he thinks he can because of the life gang. Unfortunately, the fact that he has 2 flyers now makes it a little bit harder for me to punch through with my Shackles of Treachery when I want it to happen. So he finally blocks. He's still playing really weird though, like, man, do I wish I had my rune. I got the 2 pieces of equipment that don't fetch the rune. I have a rune in here that gives a creature death touch. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. If your life total is greater than your starting life total, otherwise gain 2 life. Wow. So he's gonna, his entire strategy is to gum up the board and gang life. And I think it'll be effective. How was he able to generate that? Oh, okay. That's why he was confident. Okay. He gets to draw a card, but he also just got rid of 3 blockers. This player, search for glory, search your library for a snow permanent card, a legendary or saga, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. He went and got the Berg Strider, which I can take control of. If he plays it, I can take control of that when I need to. He knows I have Shackles of Treachery, though, so he knows that's coming when... I don't need all this treasure. I'm drowning in it. Little buddy. I'm just doing that so that I can block the 2/2 if it attacks. That's the only one of his creatures that's on the ground. What's this thing I'm about to do? You may put a card you own from outside the game on top of your library. How does that work in Limited? How does that... Does he get to choose any card in existence, or literally any card that he owns as a player on MTG Arena onto the top of his library? Cards they drafted that aren't in their deck. Okay. How weird. So we're hoping to draw into the demon that forces all his guys to attack. That would allow us to potentially punch through for lethal, provided the right creatures are on the board. Especially for Shackles. I feel like he's holding back on even playing his Yeti because of Shackles. No, he's decided to play it. All right. One of my guys will go to commission for 2 turns, or rather, just next turn. He'll probably do it to the Gold Mod Champion. No. All right. You gain 2 life for each foretold. Okay, so he's completely out of cards at least. You gain 2 life for each foretold card you own in exile. So he's looking to race me and out damage me because he has flyers. I should have moved my equipment first. Shit. I lose my gold mob, but at least I get rid of one of his blockers. I'll be stealing the Strider in a future turn. He knows that. I'll be able to load up the bird right now with equipment. Will I kill my Godspell? I don't think that's how Magic works. If I take the equipment off Godspell, I think they just stay at 1 health. Is that true? I can't remember what the rules are between Hearthstone and Hearthstone and Magic. I'm about to take the +1/+1 off Godspell Cleric, who has taken 1 damage this turn. You think it dies? Can I get a confirmation? I have 2 timeouts to use if you want to Google it for me. Anybody else in there have played Magic a lot more than me in the last year? If I take the equipment, it will die. Okay. I think it's Hearthstone where it doesn't die. So I can block one of his guys now with that. I might as well play the mountain. He knows I have it in hand. He gets 2 extra mana, but he only gets to play it on foretell cards. like, this has been such a weird game. I've never faced a deck like this. I have no idea if he is winning or not because I don't know what his, like, is he waiting to draw into a certain thing? Like, I think I want to end this sooner than later because he's clearly playing a control deck. If I can punch through, I got to punch through. He keeps going to, like, he keeps attacking me with his flyers, which I thought if he's playing a control deck, especially with the life gang he has, I think he would have been smarter to keep those as blockers this entire time until he triggered this thing's ability to draw cards. Because this thing lets him draw cards every turn if his life total is above what he started with. And if he had been blocking with those flyers this whole time, he would be there right now drawing life. He'd be at 20 health, I think, and he'd be drawing into cards. I don't think he has the removal to stop, to hurt my battlefield raptor, so I'm going to put it in the angel's way. He left one chump blocker available to him. He's going to get to bring back a foretell card from his graveyard, which could be this 3-2 or just the 3-2. He's going to get the 3-2 back. Run ashore, choose an on-land permanent, put it on top of the... So he's going to take away the equipment. I said take action, which meant what? Like, I wanted to actually not draw this. I wanted to put that on the bottom, but whatever. I don't understand what take action ever means anymore. I never did understand it. Well, it's clear I put the equipment on top. I can see that. They really need to fix that wording. So by declining, I would have put it on the bottom of my library. Why don't they just fix the wording so it says put it on the top or the bottom? Like, that's just so... To new players especially, that's like, what the fuck just happened? Oops, I put the equipment on the wrong guy. Fuck me. Not that it matters, he's got a stranglehold here, kind of. I forgot this guy has vigilance. I don't mind the smell of popcorn, Becky. When did you learn that? I don't care about the smell of popcorn. When did I ever... Our whole relationship, you've been thinking I hate the smell of popcorn. I don't mind it. I don't give a shit. What the hell? Why did he just... Oh, this is toxic. Oh, cute. So he has a chump. The game's over. That was horrible. This deck, I know it wasn't a great deck, and I know that the Berserker strategy wasn't... I may have overvalued it slightly, but that deck wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad at all. That was just awful. Awful draws. We drew the crown once in order to get the death touch. We drew the death touch never. We only fetched it once. Yeah, that was bad. I'm not blaming my draft choices or my deck construction. That was just shitty. I'm gonna play one more today. Because these weren't fun. We haven't had fun yet. Remember this guy? Let's play some red-blue giants. I love this guy. This was incredible fun when I played him. It's unfair when it comes out when you have giants on the board. So he's a giant that creates a cyclone when he comes out. He's a giant wizard. When he comes out, everything that's on the board that isn't a giant goes back to its owner's hand. So it wipes up everything off the board, sends it all back to its owner's hand, except for giants. So if you're playing giants, you have all your stuff still on the board if you really doubled down on giants in your deck. So that's what we're doing. Blue-red giants. I like getting a first pick that really lets you commit to a strategy. After that, because green can be used anytime, so we could look at running green. Black doesn't really work good with blue-red giants, I don't think. So since I don't, this combos with giants kind of. Basically, the first time you play it, it costs 2 mana to scry 3 in a way. You draw a card, you're getting through your deck to the cards you want. The second time you get to only pay 1 if you have a giant out, you play it from your graveyard and you get to do it again. So it's like card draw. I could consider that, but I am also thinking of the pack mate and maybe running green, blue, red. Because otherwise there's nothing else blue and red in here that's any good. Let's really commit to giants.
We'll grab this, and knowing that it's drawing us closer to our Cyclone Summoner when we use it. In this pack, this is a red card that isn't very good in giants, blue-red giants. Shackles of Treachery isn't bad, I guess, in blue-red giants, but we're not seeing anything good here for our initial strategy that I really want to play. Dual Strike? What could this work with well? Yeah, I mean, you know, like, he's just not a giant is all. But yeah, it's not like an empty card. I'm just saying, like, I you know. But yeah, he is a good card. And he creates tokens if he's unanswered, and he might draw removal because he is scary early game. So yeah. The Yeti is pretty good. He's not a giant, but he is good. He can't be blocked when you pay a little bit of snow mana to him. This draws cards, gets us towards our Cyclone Summer, which is our win condition. I might do that. Draugr's Helm. Nah, that's not what I want to play. For me, it's between the Yeti or the card draw that gets us closer to the bomb. So I'm gonna get the card draw because we have a bomb. If I didn't have a bomb, I might pick Yeti or something, but I like cards that get you closer to your bomb rare, and now we have 2. Calder's Vicious Return. Nah, I'm not looking at it. Augury Raven is pretty cool. I like the 3/3 flyer that can come out on turn 3 if you foretold it. And nothing else is jumping out at me in red or blue. Here, red and blue seem to have dried up already, which isn't a good start. I don't want a counter target artifact or enchantment spell. 3 seasons, mill 3 cards, return up to 2 target snow permanents from your graveyard to your hand. No. I don't want the snow-covered swamp either. I don't want the smashing success either. You know what? Maybe I'll run this. Who knows? Wait, you can destroy a land with this? Oh. Huh. I thought it was destroy target artifact or enchantment. I'll probably not run it, but I'm going to take it. Who knows? Crush the Weak, definitely, for our giant deck. We'll put it in the sideboard so we can stare at that curve. You guys can't see the curve, and I'm sorry for that. I can only do it if I go like that. I'll do this more often so you guys can see the curve. Shapeshifter, so he counts as a giant. That's something to keep in mind when you're looking at shapeshifters making a giant deck. When it enters the battlefield, if you control 3 or more creatures that share a creature type, put a +1/+1 counter on this card. So it's a 3/5 on turn 4 if you have 3 cards that share its type. That might happen. I don't know how often that will happen, but again, there's not a lot jumping out here except for Fearless Pup, which is a pretty good early drop. But I'm going to take the card that can also be a giant. Rune of Flight is good on giants. It also draws cards. We get to draw a card, getting us closer to our win condition, Cyclone Summoner. I'll take that out there. We see a Null again. Don't want it. A Zombie Wizard. Zombie Wizard, really? I can't even cast a spell, let alone this Cadaver can? Like, that's not fair. Spend mana only to foretell cards in your hand. I don't care about that card. And I don't care about a Null. But I'll take it because I'm trying to get the computer to go into not red and blue. But it looks like they already are. But whatever. This guy's not bad for a 3-drop, I suppose. Because this lets you, like, maybe decide you could get rid of a land on the top of your library. It's almost like a scry. You could maybe also use it on your opponent, get rid of a really good card of theirs before they're able to play it. But he's a 3-drop. We may use him. Zombie Rogue. Hey, look who tabled on a table that feels as though blue and red have completely dried up. He tables. That doesn't make any sense. I'm starting to wonder how much sense the bots ever make in this format. All right. Not an amazing start, but let's see what we get into. Egon, God of Death is cool, but he's not amazing. He's neat. He's a neat card. Oh, Cyclone Summoner doesn't get rid of wizards either. That's something to keep in mind. So thank you for reminding me. Wizards get to stick around too. Might just grab some removal. So far we only have like 1 red card. And then that. No good blue cards in this opening, in this pack. No good, well, I mean, there's a good red card, so I guess we'll take this. There we go. No dual lands that we can use. There's a cheap piece of removal. Another 2-drop that is usable-ish. I'm just gonna get the card draw. I should slow down a little bit. I might be drafting a tiny bit on tilt. Oh, this guy's so good. As if. The Thought Thief is a zombie rogue. He's not a wizard. So he won't stick around. Maybe I'm just gonna take... What's this? Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand? That can slow things down while I establish my giantness on the board. My gigantitude. We're already... Do I want another 3-drop, though? Instead, it's not an incredible 3-drop. It's
possible with the we have 3 zombies at this point. It is possible we could end up in a little bit of zombie synergy. I'm gonna take it. We'll see if we end up in zombie synergy. I'm just not a huge fan of that frostbite. It feels like it is removable, but it just feels so weak to me. You know what? No, I'll take it just in case I'm desperate. No. I'm taking the frostbite. It's a tough choice though. None of these things have been very strong. This is well, here's a giant. Finally, another giant. The replicating ring costs 3 to cast, but then it gives you immediately can be tapped, so it's almost like it costs 2 to cast in a way, because it gives you a mana back right away, and then after 8 turns, you get 8 replicating rings, so you get almost unlimited land after 8 turns. Why you'd want that, I don't know. I think that this is mostly for some sort of deck that sacrifices artifacts on purpose, like to combo with something. I think we'll take the Undersea Invader, even though it's possible he would table. The picks for our deck aren't looking great right now. Our commitment to giants here. Well, Squash will do good for us. Hopefully we will have giants on the board. We're also looking for shapeshifters, keeping in mind. Bind the monster is pseudo removal. It is removal, but it, like, you know, I'm gonna take face damage for the damage it does. Otherwise, giant. Yeah, we'll just grab the giant. No giant. Oh, here's another giant. All right, all right. So now we might be looking for a little bit of like treasure generation, because we have to ramp up to the giants quicker. But we also like kin seekers because they're giants as well. More shapeshifters wouldn't be bad. Blue, man, blue-red didn't have a lot. All right, we ended up with another frostbite. 2 frostbites. That's why I didn't want to take it earlier, because I knew we'd see another probably. Another 2-drop? We do need 2 drops, so I think I have to take that. Yeah, and there's nothing else in here, so. Seize the spoils might get us closer to our bomb. Or another 3-drop, which we do need. Another Thought Thief, 2 Thought Thieves. But this also lets us create a treasure token, which ramps us. I'm gonna take this, so we can get to our giants and cast our giants sooner. I don't really want to play this, I don't think. The tokens. I might just take the shackles here. Wow, these Thought Thieves, lots of them going around. So we ended up with 1. Oh, and a Rune of Speed isn't bad. That's card draw plus potentially some haste on one of our giants. Another annul. All right, please give us a stronger pack. This has been some weak selection so far. Tybalt's Trickery. What does this do again? This is insanity. This is a shitty rare. I am not running this. It's like you choose a number between 1 and 3. First you counter a spell, then you choose a number between 1 and 3, then its controller mills that many cards, then exiles cards from the top of their library until they exile a non-land card with a different name from the spell that you countered. They may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Holy shit. No. What? It's so confusing, and I know what it does despite its confusion. Okay, maybe I'll grab this shapeshifter. I like that it'll slow down an aggressive deck. I like this removal, though. This will maybe table. I think the shapeshifter will table, whereas the removal won't. We've got the Betrayer King. We've got a helmet that, how would that help us? Not really at all. Strategic planning. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest in your graveyard. I might just have to take the card draw here too. I really committed hard. You can't fault me for that. But this hasn't worked out well. This has been some weak shit. I need more mana acceleration is what I need. And I need some early game. Maybe the Tormentor's Helm can help out. Yeah, I mean, if we get to Cyclone Summer any game, we probably win. So, yeah, you're right. Like, let's just keep going with card draw when we don't see something we like. Okay, Augury Raven is a nice pick here. So is Seize the Spoils. I think we need at least some bodies to, like... No, Seize the Spoils. I'm going all out here. I'm just really committing to the Giants. Here's a Giant. Berserker. Oh my god, thank goodness we get a fucking... Yay! This'll... You scry 2, then you draw a card. You may reveal a Giant card from your hand. When you do, Invasion of the Giants does 2 damage to a target opponent. Then, the next Giant spell you cast costs 2 less to cast. Yay. This is a pretty strong pack in general, but yeah. Here's a Giant Wizard. Finally, some low casting cost Giants as well. I don't think we need another high casting cost Giant. I'd rather this 4 casting cost Giant. He also does damage then when he comes out. The amount of damage he does is dependent on the number of creatures you have of the same type. While you might take this Bind Monster as a desperate piece of extra removal. Another Thief for a 3-drop, or a Pup for an early drop to like try to keep control of aggressive decks. He doesn't have first. He doesn't keep control because he doesn't have first strike unless he attacks. Hey, buddy. There you go. There you go. That'll do, Hughes. I think I have to take the Thief. I don't know if I'll run them. I mean, the Thieves could also be... The Thieves are also a way to get to my bomb rare too, right? Because... Oh, here we go. Giant Wizard that slows down the game. Because I'm looking at the... If I'm looking at the top card on my deck, I'm putting stuff that I don't want into the graveyard. Or keeping the Giants that I do want on top of my library. So it's like pseudo card drawn away, or scry in a way. I'm talking a little quieter so that Hugo doesn't move. I don't think I'm going to be running these helmets, but I'm taking them because there's nothing else to choose from. This could let me punch through with a Giant when I need to. I think I'd take it over the early body even. But I do need more early bodies, honestly. I might be desperate enough to take this. I've got a lot of 3-drops, and he's a 3-drop, essentially. Even if he is free. Yeah, I'm taking the... What did I take? Run Amok. Reinforcements? Sure, I don't think I'll be running them. Another Run Amok? Maybe that could help on a Giant. Let's see how this goes, guys. This was a weird one. We committed hard into Giant based on the Cyclone Summoner, and everything depends on us drawing into him. So we're going to be running a lot of card draw, and we just need a little bit of early game to keep the board stalled. So we get 1 Mistwalker. I thought we picked up 2, but I guess we passed one by. I think I took a piece of removal instead.
removal will also control the early game. So
Maybe I will run the 2 frost bites that I picked up. In lieu of early creatures, we have early removal. But let's focus on the creatures first, I guess. But we do have 2 frostbites, that's good. Our Cyclone Summoner goes in, Undersea Invader. These guys are giants, technically, so they go in as well. The Yeti's a decent body, goes in. Card draw goes in, but let's keep it out until I'm ready to look at the curve. I don't think the curve matters as much in this, though, this deck. The curve should just look very weird, really. Very lopsided, in fact, tilted towards the end. It's all about the late game value here. So in this case, looking at our creature curve really doesn't tell the whole story. Yeah, I like these Thought Thieves. They're 3 drops that can trade out for other creatures on the board when they're if they're going aggression, and they can fix our draws a little bit. Glimpse of the Cosmos also does, but still, looking at the bodies here, these guys are early draws, and if they go on, I like the Fearless Liberators for the fact that they are removal targets. Because if they go unanswered, they're generating 2/1 dwarves every time they attack each turn. And that's dangerous, and most opponents are going to use a piece of removal on that. Or at least be trading. So that's 16 creatures. Okay, removals. I like the spoils. I think we're going to be taking some creatures out, guys. I'd like to maybe run fewer creatures. Run the Frost Bites. I don't know that we need to bind the monster. Glimpse of the Cosmos. The Rune of Flight. Strategic planning might be a bad idea. Invasion of Giants goes in. Squash is good removal. Crush the Weak is good in this deck, so the Rune also draws. I don't think we need strategic planning. We have quite a lot of card draw without it. Holy crap, we have a lot of card draw if we want it. Considering the early removal we have, we might... Do I need the Fearless Liberators? We need some 2-drops, and there are only 2-drops, so yes, we do need them. I might take out the Raven. It's kind of slow. The Raven and the Yeti, even. Maybe take out 1 Thought Thief. It's not the best card draw. Take out Seize the Spoils for... Yeah, you're right. But no, what the Seize the Spoils, what I like about that is that I'm accelerating into giants. Does that... How much... Like, am I overvaluing the fact that I am generating treasure, which allows me to mana accelerate into my giants? Let's, I guess, think about it this way. One thing I have to keep in mind is if I don't have early bodies that are threatening, they aren't going to use their removal, which means when my giants do come out, my opponent will have plenty of removal to deal with them, which is a bad thing. I'm gonna take out another Thought Thief, put down a Yeti. It is expensive though, and what am I going to want to discard? Maybe it's better to gum the board than it is to... Oops, what did I just put in? Not strategic planning. I want to put in Behold the Multiverse. We can also foretell it, which is nice, I suppose. We need to get rid of 2 cards here. At least 2 cards. Maybe 3. We ended up with lots of removal. I want the Mistwalker. I keep on wanting to just take out Thought Thieves, I think. I wish we had more way to generate mana earlier. Ideally, we would have, like, wouldn't have the Undersea Invader, and we'd have another Craven Hulk or something. I'm just gonna run this. I'm gonna run. No, that goes against my idea. I'm gonna take out 1 Frostbite. Yeah. Took out a Frostbite. I don't think I'll need that many 2 Frostbites. We have, yeah. Let's see what happens. So the entire strategy here is getting to our Cyclone Summoner and just delaying the board long enough, and oh my god. Delaying the board, well, okay, that's not that bad. Alright, that's fine, that's fine. Sure. Let's hope we get the mana we need. Got removal. We can foretell another one. Come on, man. Give me an island. With a deck curving this high, I might have been a little silly to keep this hand. They probably either want to remove this or not attack. They probably want to trade with this guy. I want this guy still on the table. I don't want to, like, I want him to have Rune of Speed on him when he attacks. Okay. Oh my god. Well, I hope I draw into my, the Mistwalker will slow things down. Thank goodness. I can finally cast it. Oh my god. It's already over. What is with this fucking day, guys? Oh my god. He hit every land drop. And he's already got me down to 12 with all flyers done. Just gonna get to the next game again. We had 2 lands until turn 4. Turn 5? And he had a perfect rollout. Hugo's day has been interesting.
None of our early drops, but we have decent removal, so we'll keep it. I've never seen this avatar. The game isn't frozen. Their mouse isn't even moving through their cards, so. What was happening there? It was my turn too, so like I don't know. Let's hope this guy. So finally I get a 2-drop. I got a 2-drop, guys. 2-color deck, perfectly split down the middle. In terms of land distribution, color distribution, and just getting screwed. But not this time, maybe. We need land. I'm not going to do my Fearless Liberator right now. I'll keep those. I mean, I want to stall the board. Hopefully they won't attack. They are attacking. I'd like to stall the board so that I can wipe them out with Crush the Weak if they play their hand out. I'll take this to the face and pretend that I care more about the Fearless Liberator's value as a token generator, which, you know, in most decks I would. They're playing it. This is getting insane how often this happens. We haven't seen a red-blue giant deck in how long? And now I run one and we're seeing them again. Draw a card, then you may reveal a giant card in your hand. When you do, invasion deals 2 damage to target opponent or planet. So because these guys are giants, I can reveal them. The next Kin Seeker I play will get a +1/+1 counter. Also, I'll get to play the Kin Seekers for 2 less mana. They have a Cinderheart Giant, something to keep in mind, but it looks like they haven't hit their 4th land drop, or maybe they will. Yeah, they have. Okay. They're playing almost the same deck as me.
Those Asgard Cavalry and Fearless Pup over there is good as dead with my Crush the Weak. Because the Kin Seekers get to go out for 2 less mana this turn. I'll be able to do a lot more this time around. I also get to scry. I need the mountain, so I'll keep it. I need mana if I'm gonna do anything, right? The scry aspect doesn't really matter there. I think I should probably now foretell my Demon Bolt. Just so it's ready. I don't think I care about the Mistwalker right now. Buddy, he's going after the package again. Bud, come here. I don't think he can cast his biggest boy. Okay, bud, take the zip ties. He's got a Kinseekers too. Why? I swear to God, there's something in the MTG Arena matching algorithm that matches similar decks purposefully. This is ridiculous. I haven't seen any deck running this type of stuff in like days. Do I care? I don't care about the Kinseekers getting a +1/+1 counter. Oh, they're not going to get it anyways. Are they? What are they? Where's the third? Oh, they get to pretend to be a dwarf or a wolf, which makes 3. Can you give him treats or something and then like... He's getting to that point where he wants the show to be done. You're gonna have to shake treats, I think. He doesn't care. Next turn, it's time to play Glimpse the Cosmos. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the bad thing is they have shapeshifters over there, which are going to stay on the board if I do play my big giant. Just like mine will stay on the board. All right, it's time for my turn, I guess. Yeah, now I will play Glimpse the Cosmos. I get to put 1 in my hand and the rest on the bottom of my library. I will put the Undersea Invader into my hand. And now I'll play Glimpse the Cosmos again. Wait a minute. Yeah. I don't have enough to play Undersea Invader yet. I'll grab my Titan. I'm getting my giants, guys. I will foretell him. I think I have better value on my side right now than they do. I have more lands than them too. I'm getting closer to my big giants than they are. Hope this doesn't 2-for-1 me. +3/+3. At least I'll be able to finish that thing off. I might be able to start attacking next turn with at least my Doomscar Titan. How many lands do I have? 6. This guy can come out for 5. This guy can come out for 6. I think I'd like to surprise him instead. I'm gonna play my Undersea Invader sooner than later and keep the Doomscar Titan in my pocket. We're expecting the Cinderheart Giant will be coming soon though. And we don't have removal for it. If they have a land drop, they get their Titan. They tapped out, so I guess they don't have the land for the Titan yet. Why doesn't every Titan have trample, honestly? Every giant should have trample. You know, flavor-wise. They'll be coming out. Asgard Cavalry's gonna, if they don't sack it now, is gonna give their Titan haste next turn. Oh, the Pop has first strike even when he's not boasted, but whatever. I should have crushed the weak. I should have crushed the weak. I wasn't even thinking about the cavalry, how it was gonna give his Titan haste. And that's it. I made a huge mistake because of that. God, that was annoying. So many blockers. I think I played that pretty bad. I should have really been considering the haste giver. 2 losses, no wins. This has been a bad day for draws and stuff, and like, it happens. These decks haven't been as bad as they have been played. Our first deck we made today was incredible and should have gotten way more than 3 wins. That was a great deck. The other decks have been like, okay. Thing is, we don't need our summoner in our opening hand. This sucks. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's better. We don't need squash. We'll be able to make up for that with the card draw. fix our way through it. If I play Invasion of the Giants now, then next turn, I'll have my Ravager coming soon, but the Ravager won't be coming out with his best value because the Ravager does damage according to the other creatures that share a type, and I won't have any of them yet. I think instead I'm going to Glimpse the Cosmos. Choose one to put in your hand, and the rest go on the bottom of your library. I'll take the island. Because we need the mana. I just don't think I want Invasion of the Giants yet. I want Invasion of the Giants to help me. Are you fucking kidding me? Are we really facing this again? No way. Okay, it's a red-green deck, so we're not facing it again. Something about Fraser's thinking out loud causes productivity. I'm glad it's helping you be productive.
We need another creature to, like a wizard. I don't need this Titan right now. I do need the Mistwalker. Do I want to show him my Cinderheart Giant, or I'll probably be able to show him. Wow. Well, there goes that fun. Finally, somebody runs a vehicle. Hopefully they don't attack with the Recluse, thinking that they don't want to trade. Because the Mistwalker can be pumped once. Oh my fucking god, okay. We're just gonna fight them. They're gonna make two creatures fight. Do they know I can pump? They don't know I can pump. Unless they have something to help it. Maybe they have, like, a snake skin. Did they not know? Okay. So even this thing's crewed, even though the guy that's crewing it is dead. Still attack for 4, and I don't have the extra creature out there to make Basalt Ravager do the damage he needs to do. He also can't crew that anymore, at least. I think, do I just hard cast the Basalt Ravager, even though it can't do anything good right now, just to stop the bleeding? Yeah. At least I can go face with his... And at least I can Glimpse the Cosmos again, get myself my final land. I'll go grab the mountain. We almost got mana screwed also for mountains. Like, we came this close to being mountain screwed.
And they probably have removal for my Cinderheart because they haven't been forced to use any removal. They've just been well, they used the face-off card. It's a red-green deck. They actually might not have good removal for the Cinderheart Giant. This might change the game for me once he comes out. I feel like we didn't get to play this deck. I just don't feel like this deck has been played yet. Nothing's happened. Like, I've never done anything where what I'm doing makes sense or like has anything to do with what the deck was designed to do. Like, what a horrible day for drafting. I might need to play the Cyclone Summoner right now. Yeah, all right, we finally get our bomb. Hooray! He gets his Saga back, though. And he gets to keep his Shapeshifter, so whatever. But at least it slowed down the game. Maybe we can claw our way back in now. Not the way it's supposed to be played, but that's how it went. They have planes now, meaning that, you know, there is potentially some good white removal coming to screw with my giants. Fuck it. See if we can finish it before they draw into good removal. Hey buddy, you're coming back down, huh? Like you couldn't keep you distracted? Maybe now that you've eaten, you'll be more satisfied. They're building up a board of little guys. They're gonna maybe sack a creature per turn to attack and get through for face damage. I might have no choice but to start defending. But we'll see. They've played out their hand. Now do they have to make a target creature fight another creature? If they do, that's not a choice. They just sacked a creature. Oh, that is a choice. Okay. All right, behold the multiverse. I thought they didn't have a choice. We need more creatures is what we need right now. So I'm gonna pass both of those. Craven Hulk doesn't do a lot for us right now. Because it can't attack, it can't block alone. You know, the lesson I learned today, green is needed in almost every deck. That's the lesson I learned. Almost every deck needs green to some extent. You can't really play around that fact with this deck, with this set. Like, in a way, every draft you go into with this set should be, I'm drafting green unless the cards force me not to. That's pretty much like the best thing you can do. their life. We're just going for top decks at this point. We need to out-creature draw each other in a way. What do I have that can really change the game? I don't know that I have a lot. Oh, well, Crush the Weak could change the entire complexion. I'd get rid of 3 of their creatures with Crush the Weak. Can I get some luck today, please? Top deck, Crush the Weak. And with all the draw fixing, you'd think I'd be able to get the answers I need when I need them. Okay, Demon Bolt will be ready for me. I don't know what I want to use it on. Should I put it on the board? Should I cast on the, like, yeah, right now I'm just gonna keep staring at the board. I forgot the Frostpeak Yeti in this deck can't be activated ever, unfortunately, so it's a very expensive 3/3. Maybe I should have not considered putting it in. This player plays so slow. This is the same player that we sat and waited in the first beginning of the game as they did nothing. Oh, it's my fault. Fuck me. I'm sorry, dude. I'm on tilt, so that's why that. Alright, so we have another giant. Both. Wait, what? I don't know. I want. How is the other one healthy? What's the other one? Curry? Oh. I don't know.
Fries or curry?
I like fries. Now that you've shown it to me, give me fries. I should be winning this standoff because of my card draw, but I'm not getting my card draw. I'm drawing my lands. I should be winning this standoff just from my ability to gain card advantage. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Today has been a day. I don't think there's any. Is there any lands left in here? 5, 8, 9, 10, 11. I have 6 lands left in the deck and 17 cards, so I have a 1 in 3 chance of drawing not a land each turn. I mean a 1 in 3 chance of drawing a land. They're holding on to 3 cards now in hand. I think they're worried about overplaying their board, but I mean, oh, they're gonna play their land. Finally. I can get rid of 3 of their cards. Let's hope they have no answer to this. They have 3 cards in hand, so potentially they have something that can save their guys. They're running white, so they could give. They could. I don't know. Snakeskin to save that one. Sure. I'll take down 3. I take down 2. But now I can get rid of. Advantage is back on my side, is what I was saying, guys. Whose turn is it? What happened? It's my turn? Did they play anything while I wasn't watching? They played nothing. What do they have in hand? Is it just land? Did they get flooded too? Attacking with the giants. I should have sent out the 4/4 as well, because it can only be blocked by one creature over there. Shit. But I need maybe, and he can't be a blocker. Fuck me. God damn it. Fuck. I forgot about the Craven Hulk not being able to block. But this is lethal coming at them, so they have to sack at least one creature. They're gonna sack 2. Do they have anything that can protect their creature? Oh, they can only, it's only gonna sack 1 there. I wanna get rid of the Outrider. This person is so slow. Yeah, I know. Craven Hulk can block as long. Oh, so can't block alone, meaning that he can block alone another creature, a different target. I've always been reading it like he can't block a single creature alone, but he can block if there's 2 blockers on the board. Is that what that means? Oh, he doesn't have to stack. Okay. Well, that's different. But at this point, with an extra chump, I'm going in with one more now. I'm praying that he doesn't have that card that steals my creature for a turn. But even if he does, I think I'm okay still. I read it the same way, says Wolfenstein. That's good to know for my future drafts. Yeah, I had no idea. It's never come up, honestly. In the real situation, so I haven't known that that was even a thing. Do I have lethal? If I attack with everything next turn, the best he can do is block. The 5/6, the 4/4, and the 3/3. 7 would get. I have lethal. Wait a minute. Okay, so I will chump. Does that have trample? It does. I'll probably sack the Yeti just because I don't know, like I want to prevent as much damage as I can. I have no idea if they have another buff. Yeah, I'm sacking the Yeti. Just in case. I have no idea what they could be, have up their sleeve. Good game. That didn't feel like a win. Holy crap. Where was my removal? I got one piece, didn't I, through that whole thing? Took forever to finally find my Crush the Weak. It's just been a rough day, man. Like, the draws, like, everything that could go wrong goes wrong. And it's like, we've been facing decks that, like, always seem to have the exact answer for our particular strategy every time. And I'm really sick of this whole, maybe I'm crazy, but it feels like the algorithm, that whatever it is that Magic decides who your opponent is, seems to favor opponents who have the exact same deck as you. Okay, I can foretell the scry. I don't love having a Yeti, but I'm not gonna get greedy. It could be worse. Frostbite for early removal. Slow down an aggressive deck. Foretelling the multiverse will allow me to, if I need to, on turn 3, fix my draws. I'm facing a blue-red deck. What do you know? Okay, it's a blue-green red. I probably want both of those. Yeah. Take them both. At least that guy just came out without his benefit. He's a changeling, but can do 3 damage to it if I felt like. I don't think I feel like it. I'll probably play the Mistwalker. Because I could play the Basalt Ravager. Oh, I can only do 1 damage. Alright, so it doesn't matter. Craven Hulk maybe can start attacking. He has an instant in hand of some kind, but it's clearly not a counterspell. That, so he sacrificed his 1/3 for some card draw. Mistwalker would help get to Kinseeker. Yeah, but I mean, Mistwalker will come out. I need 3 creatures of the same type for Kinseeker to trigger, so I want Mistwalker plus Hulk. I want Mistwalker first as well. A 2/2 flyer, flying trample that with Snowlands can become a 4/4. They're tapped out right now, and Crush the Weak can get them later. But I could kill it right now with Basalt Ravager, so I will. Next turn, Kinseekers can come out, cast as a 3/5. Yeah, and I scry 1. Menace 3/2. When he looks at enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal an Elf Warrior. I've seen this guy a few times. Put them back in the random order. Okay. Do I want to frostbite that guy? It's like I've got Crush the Weak for dealing with a big board, so but on the other hand, interesting deck. And I do want the mountain because I get to start playing my giants now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah. Keep that mountain on top. And from this point forward, I can start passing my lands if I don't want them. Well. Wow. I don't think I knew about this. This is a rare destroy all creatures, destroy all planeswalkers. Return a creature or planeswalker card with mana value of X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of that. I'm gonna pass, and Undersea Invader might come out at the end of the turn. I hope that he has to know that I'm holding though, like, right? He's not gonna play anything. He did. Play another? Underestimate me? Play that guy? Yes, thank you. Yay. got some luck for once. Crush the weak, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Phew. Watch, he has like, is there anything he can bring this back into his hand with? He's got 1 blue mana available, so perceivably, I think there is a card that can bring this back. So I have to be careful. What cards are there that can bring that back? I will fly over your worm. I think I have lethal. The deck kind of played like it was supposed to. Even facing a Wrath, which you can't really account. You can't play around a rare Wrath card in Limited. It's silly to play around a rare God of Wrath. Just like it'd be silly to play around like a Planeswalker in case they had one or something. You can't, like, the odds are so stacked against such a thing. So that Wrath could have come at a worse time. Sure, let's keep this. We've got our best giant in hand, and we have Behold the Multiverse to fix our early draws, or get us some early draws. I need some early game though, in case they come out hard. And they're going to. I don't want to have to pass 3 turns, but it looks like I'm going to. Oh my god. Oh, he didn't even use the benefit of that. I need 1, 2... I don't need either of these. I need something. Oh my god. I wouldn't mind the giant though, so I'll keep it there. Then I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lands, and I'll draw into the rest, I suppose. I'll keep the Cinderheart giant, because at this point I'm just looking for some late game value in order to overcome this person. I already played a land. I'm an idiot. God damn it. I should just, whatever. The game looks like it might go. I mean, Cyclone Summoner can save me, maybe. We'll see. Alright, I've got a card to slow down the board. I need to hit my next 2 land drops so that I can Cyclone Summoner and turn this game back on its head, which was always what I wanted. That was always this deck's strategy and intention. He's got a Trampling Crown over there. He'll be able to give make his guy 5/4. 4/4. Snakeskin on... Why can't I block him? Oh, Menace. Take 7 to the face? Chump, just to stop the bleeding. This is how desperate I am right now. Please hit my land drops, okay. So, if I can just keep my life total a little bit up, I want to stall the board a bit so that my Cyclone Summoner has the maximum effect. So the plan potentially is... Ugh, I have to use my Summoner now. Lost all battery on that. Jesus Christ. I think I have to use my Summoner. I'm too close to lethal to not. Why can't I? It requires 7. That's why. God damn it. I thought I miscounted. I've been miscounting the whole time. I'm down to 2 health, maybe. No, that doesn't work. Don't worry. That's it. That was a horrible run. Wow. It's been a horrible day. Remember when I started the day and I said, I'm doing pretty good for gems and gold. I would have to do abysmally for 3 drafts in a row to like run low on gems to do more drafts. And then I did abysmally for 3 drafts in a row. That was horrible. So I learned a lesson today though. Up until this point, up until today, I don't think it's any coincidence that I have always drafted, I haven't avoided green until this point. Today I got bored, like I was bored going into today saying, I don't want to draft another green deck, another 5-color green. I want to like try to focus and try to build some of those decks that I've seen from other players, like white aggression, white-red aggression, white-black aggression, or red-black aggression aggro. Returning to my giant deck was a fun idea that didn't pan out. Speaking of which, holy crap, did that draft go poorly after drafting Cyclone Giant? Like, the picks were not great. But haha, white people, I get it. But anyways, like going in bored of green made me draft in a way that isn't conducive to this format. This particular set, you have to draft green. You have to. Until you get enough cards that you are forced to not run green, basically. Pick the green cards that are given to you. Unless you are given like just an insane draft where you end up with like silliness in other colors, you're probably playing green. You're almost always playing green in this set. So don't fight it. That's the lesson I learned. It's unfortunate because like I think it's a fun set in that there are so many solutions to run multicolor. I like that there's so much multicolor fixing, dual lands, things like that. What I don't like is that you kind of are a little bit obligated to pick the dual lands over other cards and stuff. So you're making it's an odd set to draft. People told me that going in. So yeah, like, I'm trying to determine, do I like drafting this set? It's refreshing. I guess the question is, how much longer do I have to draft this set? Like, I don't mind it as a diversion, but I'd much rather draft a much more traditional set, I feel. After going, I think this has been 7 drafts in a row, I'd kind of like to go back to normal Magic again, and without playing 5-color decks. Because, like, with 5-color decks, like, even with all the mana fixing in the world, it's like, you know, it's Magic, so you're still there's gonna be so many games where you just get screwed, and that just happened over and over today. Even though I was running strong 2-color only decks, I was getting mana screwed. Yeah. Anyways, my head is completely burnt out on this. It could have been worse. I did get a 3-win run today, so that's breaking even, right? You don't break even on gems, but it's technically, that means that you did as well as 50% of the people when you get 3 wins, and we did get one of those today. But the reason I'm salty is because that particular deck that went 3 wins was easily a 5-win deck, and it just, like, we lost our first game we had to mulligan down to 3 in a 2-color fucking deck with 5 pieces of mana fixing. Come on. Yeah, it was not a 3-win deck. It was a 5-win, and I think it could have gone into the 6th or 7th. And then the other ones were not amazing decks, but they weren't awful. They weren't as awful as they played. Anywho, thanks for watching, guys. Crimson Vow comes back December 24th. Wow, that's interesting to know. That's a lot more time with these dwarves, but I'm just not gonna fight it next time. It'll be fun. All right, guys, thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye. As far as the show tomorrow, I'm not sure. I know Becky isn't around again, so if it is a show, it'll probably be me with Magic again. Oh yeah? Well, we'll see about that. All right. See you guys later. Keep an eye on Twitter. Bye-bye.